executive session. So we're going to move to 4 adjourn executive session. So I just need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles, seconded by Mrs. Ewing. Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Executive session adjourned at 6:11 p.m. We're just going to take a 5-minute recess to reset for our regular board meeting. So just give us about 5 minutes. Everybody, we're going to call the Peoria Unified Governing Board meeting to order on 3/26/2026 at 6:20 p.m. at the district building. We do have all board members here. So we'll move on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, pledge of allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to lead us this evening? And then I believe you wanted to also honor and have our thoughts and prayers for the employee at Sawyer Ranch. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
We're going to move on to 3, address the agenda. 3.1, consider approval or recommend changes to the agenda. Board members, do you have any changes you'd like to recommend this evening?
I do not.
All right, with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to approve the agenda as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mr. Tobey, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Tobey,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. So we're going to move on to 4, opening call to the public. 4.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have public comment for 4.1. We're going to do, the first one is from students. Our first public comment comes from Hayden Rush. You will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the governing board, cabinet, and community members. My name is Hayden Rush, and I'm the freshman class president at Sunrise Mountain High School. I also serve as the state vice chair of the Arizona Teenage Republicans and work with NICO PAC, the youngest PAC in America, where I've had the opportunity to see how decisions made at the top directly affect communities on the ground. From that perspective, I began advocating for a formal student voice in the boardroom. In Peoria Unified, tens of thousands of students are affected by the decisions this board makes every day. Yet most students do not know how to make their voices heard in a meaningful or consistent way. They don't come to board meetings, they don't come to talk during public comment, and more often than not, they rely on other students to share concerns, spread information, and shape opinions. That creates a gap because while parents and administrators provide valuable and often the most heard perspectives, there are aspects of student lives that only students truly see and understand. Issues like campus culture, day-to-day discipline, how policies are enforced in classrooms, often look very different than what you'd see on a paper or a report in a student's perspective. These are not things that make it home in conversations with parents, but they are exactly the kind of insights that can help this board make more informed and effective decisions. A student voice in the boardroom would not only be about giving students, it would not be about giving students authority or changing governance. It would be simply creating a consistent, structured, and non-voting advisory role to provide direct student input while fully respecting Arizona law and the authority of this board. The Peoria City Council already has a similar youth position, and districts across the country that include student representation report stronger communication and increased student engagement and greater trust in the leadership. This is a zero-cost, low-risk way to strengthen decision-making by improving the information available to the board. At its core, it is about recognizing that students are not just affected by policy, they're stakeholders in it. I respectfully ask that you consider discussing the inclusion of a formal student voice in the boardroom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Lori Little.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and guests. I am Lori Little. During my 23-year career in Peoria Unified, I've been honored to serve as both a site and district-level administrator. When I joined the district in 2001, student achievement was among the highest in the state. We were proud and expected achievement to continue to increase, but it did not. For at least 15 years, our achievement data was consistently flatlined. We were living the quote from Jim Collins, "Good is the enemy of great." We looked for justifications, and many settled into complacency because our scores were better than many other districts in the state. We needed a catalyst, someone who would strategically push us to do better, take an honest look at systems and structures, maximize resources, and keep us focused on solid instruction. When Dr. Hernandez joined our team 4 years ago, we finally started to see consistent gains in student achievement. Navigating huge challenges, Dr. Hernandez leads with courage, steadiness, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. She sets clear expectations, refines systems that support student learning, supports teams through complex work, and consistently elevates the standards to which we hold ourselves. Her contributions resulted in measurable improvement as well as created a durable foundation that the district depends on. It's no secret that some are not comfortable with the pushes and challenges Dr. Hernandez has given us. In one of our administrator professional development sessions years ago, Mr. Moss reminded us that learning is disruptive. Growth is always a bit uncomfortable. If you are comfortable, you are not learning, you are coasting. As author Gray wrote, comfort is the enemy of achievement. Dr. Hernandez, in case you really do leave PUSD at the end of the year, I want to thank you for all you've done to set our district back on the trajectory of growth. Thank you for being a courageous leader, willing to have critical conversations even in the face of resistance. Thank you for challenging me and my colleagues to be stronger, more effective leaders, helping us to move the needle for students. You have modeled focused leadership that builds capacity for all and ensures academic success for students. Please know that you are greatly appreciated. We all want success for our students in our district. Continuity of leadership, grounded in deep institutional knowledge and a steady strategic approach, helps ensure our instructional vision remains coherent and momentum is not lost. As we face significant pressures, this steadfast leadership is more essential than ever. This evening, I offer my sincere support for Dr. Hernandez and implore the board to consider every possible avenue to retain her in her role as Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services before she secures a position elsewhere and it is too late.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Rooks, Board, Cabinet, Dr. Summers, and the community at large. First of all, I want to give a shout out to our wonderful teachers and administrators in this district and assure the parents that after serving on 2 textbook selection committees, I can vouch for these administrators and teachers. You have the best in Peoria, and you shouldn't be afraid to leave your children in their hands. They are outstanding. However, the board, on the other hand, is a different story. The board's idea of leading with excellence is certainly different from mine. In fact, I'm not sure what their definition is. My definition of leading with excellence is where a board has would have a district that has a high academic rating, is fiscally secure, has a board that allows the superintendent to do his job and doesn't put unnecessary burdens on the cabinet. We would have a board that doesn't push their political agendas, doesn't create unnecessary policies, that conduct business and meetings in an efficient and timely manner, and doesn't dictate who they want to be hired in a position that hasn't even been created. This part is known as micromanaging. In short, a district should have a board that people can trust, put their students first and not their own agendas. The community should feel that the board is transparent, works with them, and supports all employees. We need a board that can inspire teachers and administrators to stay in this district and ensure morale doesn't drop to an all-time low. We need to have a board that keeps its top administrators, but this board has its own ideas. We need a board who believes in a code of ethics and is ethical. Board that can't keep its top administrators, can't run a meeting to get business done before midnight, can't govern a district without micromanaging it, isn't leading with excellence. All I can say is to the young man who is going to take the associate to the superintendent's position, I hope you won't let them micromanage you. The job of working here at this district can be very complicated, ambiguous, and burdensome. With all due respect, if you can't follow policy 1-102.1.a, numbers 1 and 2, which say, respect everyone in the Peoria district services and not a particular interest group or geographic area, and above all of that, understand that my job in the district is to see that it is well managed and not to manage the district. If you can't do these things, you don't need to be on the dais. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Emily.
Good evening to the board and cabinet and community. Just a few things. The first thing, I wanted to give a shout out to the music educators. It is March, along with Social Work Month. It is Music Educators Appreciation Month, and I know the district has amazing music educators. My daughter, her life literally was changed. She'll tell you, Mr. Robles, when he was at Apache, now at Peoria. Mr. Vale, her strings teacher at Apache, is amazing. Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Osorio, you may have seen yesterday at Sunrise, dozens of students crying since he's leaving. He has had an impact, and he'll be greatly missed. And I know all the other music educators are equally amazing. My daughter tells me about them as well. I don't know their names, so I apologize, but just to recognize the extraordinary work they do for our students in the district. The other issue I wanted to present tonight or bring to you tonight is I am a little maybe confused, concerned about the consultant that was proposed by President Rooks to the interim director or superintendent, I'm sorry, and already kind of putting out a name for that position that hasn't even been created yet. I think maybe some clarification regarding what the consultant would do as opposed to the associate to the superintendent. I thought perhaps the associate to the superintendent would help with that transition and kind of be like a consultant to the interim superintendent. So I think there's clarification that's needed there and more transparency as well. I know, when I worked for the state, oftentimes there might be kind of internal jobs posted, but there always has to be a job posted before we can appoint someone, right? These are taxpayer dollars going to a position. So I think it's a little premature to suggest someone be in a position and kind of hint at impropriety. And I think that's something that we do not need. I've talked about trust in the community, and I really think that we need to be transparent and not already have an idea, a person in mind, because it looks like there's a hidden agenda and that decisions are being made behind closed doors, which, again, transparency is key. And Heather, President Rooks, you've mentioned that. You said transparency, I want that. You believe in that. So again, just clarification about the consultant, the associate to the superintendent. Sounds like they might be doing the same thing. And with the financial crisis we're in, should we be putting money towards another person? And if we do, then making sure we take those necessary measures, posting a job, getting applicants, vetting them, and ensuring that we hire the best person for the job. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Laura T.
Good evening for feedback. Some time ago, one parent came forward with a complaint about a social worker acting outside their role. From that single case, a broad claim took hold that social workers are indoctrinating students, and from that claim came a sweeping judgment that all social workers are harmful and the board supported it. But at the last board meeting, we saw a very different reality. Students, parents, principal, and social workers stood up, many in tears, sharing how social workers have helped them, supported students, and made schools safer. One voice versus many, one complaint versus countless real impacts. The board made a partial adjustment, good one, allowing safety grant decisions at the school level while prioritizing SROs. But the core issue remains unresolved. Let's be honest, this may be uncomfortable, but too often issues like this become political on both sides. They amplify fear instead of focusing on facts, from masks to bathrooms to social workers. And here are the facts. Schools continue to serve students with doctor-diagnosed disabilities and mental health needs. Because of funding shortages, social workers are filling multiple roles: counselors, behavioral support staff, crisis responders. And parents expect schools to help their children, especially when challenges show up in the classroom. They want support, not constant calls telling them to leave work and come pick their kids up. So what are the real options? Option 1, don't enroll students with known mental health needs. Option 2, enroll them with special care plan, but disenroll them at the very first sign of serious behavioral challenges. Are either of those acceptable? If not, then you need alignment, not contradiction. Which brings us to the real question. Why is the Arizona Department of Education still issuing safety grants that include social workers, while districts are criticized for actually using them? Have you asked that question? If student safety is truly the priority and behavior support remains essential, but the concern is terminology, then rename the roles, change the titles, but don't eliminate the support. Have you asked Mr. Horn directly to fund certified behavior interventionist instead of social worker, to find trained specialists equipped to handle real challenges, students who come to school with documented needs? Because real safety is not just about prevention, it's about preparation. And while adults debate, students and staff are paying the price. At the last meeting, people were not arguing policy, they were in tears. That is the real cost of this debate, the emotional toll on students, families, and educators. It's time to do better, and if you do not yet know how, then it's time to figure it out. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Kate.
All right, good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet. I do a thing in my classroom. It's along the lines of capturing kids' hearts to build the culture, and we call it good things. And so I actually just wanted to share some good things that we're doing in our district. Last night, we had the ASU Honors Art Show at the ASU West campus that featured artwork from Peoria and Dysart students. And I may be a little bit biased for Centennial. So Centennial did take first place in photos, second in art, and first in ceramics. So a huge shout out to Centennial's visual art staff. And Emily, you mentioned it is Music Educators Month. That's me. My jazz band got to play as they were all coming in. So it was a huge celebration of the arts. And the cool part is, we got to share it with Sunrise Mountain. So it was a really cool time. They had a very wacky drummer that did things with that drum I didn't know were possible because he forgot to stand, but it was really cool. It was a really cool way to build culture. And so I just wanted to share the gratitude that I have to be able to work at a place like Centennial in this district with our leadership and just everything that comes with our district and working where I work, who I work for, and just everybody involved. So just a moment of gratitude that I wanted to share with everybody. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Dr. Turner.
Good evening, President Rook, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and cabinet members. After listening to everyone's comments last session about the safety grant, I realized that we are approaching the concept of safety and education from different perspectives. For example, there were comments about wanting clear evidence of how students are bettered rather than simply having someone come in and talk with them. There was discussion about applying for the maximum amount of funding, which I interpreted as a desire to reallocate resources beyond just salary. Additionally, there was a viewpoint shared that schools should not function as medical clinics and that the primary responsibility lies with parents. It was also mentioned that children come to school to learn. And while that is certainly true, it is important to recognize that a child may come to school ready to learn but not feel safe, which can interfere with their ability to do so. There are many reasons why a child might not feel safe at school. Peer-related factors such as bullying, whether physical, verbal, relational, or cyber, can play a significant role, as can social exclusion, fear of embarrassment, or ongoing peer conflict. Even more subtle dynamics like gossip or feeling left out can create a persistent sense of threat. Additionally, some students may come to school already in a heightened state of alertness due to experiences outside of school, such as instability at home, chronic stress, poverty, or exposure to community violence. Academic pressures can also contribute, particularly when students experience fear of failure, anxiety about making mistakes, or feel consistently overwhelmed by expectations and performance demands. You can't expect a student to excel at remembering what they are being taught, understand it enough to perform well on tests, or apply it to projects if they are worried about their safety. So how does this tie into our understanding of education? When a child perceives a threat, whether physical, emotional, or psychological, the brain activates the fight, flight, freeze response. The amygdala, which is the brain's threat detection center, becomes highly active, while the prefrontal cortex, responsible for attention, reasoning, and problem solving, becomes less active, and stress hormones increase. In this state, the child is essentially in survival mode and is neurologically less able to focus, process, or retain information. Their mental energy is redirected towards staying safe, which reduces working memory and fragments attention. Even when a student wants to learn, their brain may be preoccupied with self-protection. Disruptions in working memory can significantly impair a student's ability to engage in classroom learning, as working memory is critical for following directions, sustaining attention, and integrating new information. When compromised, particularly under conditions of stress or perceived threat, students may demonstrate difficulties with task completion, comprehension, and organization. These challenges are often misinterpreted as behavioral motivational issues, when in fact they reflect underlying cognitive limitations exacerbated by environmental factors.
Thank you. Last public comment is Jody Brackett. Not here? Okay. That concludes our opening call to the public. So as you guys are aware on the board, if you are addressed under public comment as a board member, you have the obligation to respond. You can respond. So I will respond to, I actually had it in my board comments. I was going to talk about it anyways, of my last request, which was a consultant to the interim superintendent. So it was not to the associate to the superintendent. It was when a selection of an interim superintendent would happen that we would have that consultant on the side. And my understanding in the school district is there's been consultants that have worked in our district before. And so that was what I was bringing forward as a future vote for a consultant, and the consultant name was Megan Bennett. And so it was just bringing it forward as a vote. So it's decided by the entire board, and board members, if they have requests, they can make those future requests to have that discussion or have a vote on something. So again, it was a consultant to the interim superintendent when that occurs. Not right now, obviously, but when that does occur after June 30th. So just wanted to clarify that language. No other future board members want to say anything? We will move on now to 5, Board and Superintendent Summary of Current Events. 5.1, Board Summary of Current Events. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Rooks. First off, I just want to say I was out on Monday. Well, last week was spring break, but out on Monday, I was at the Suero Ranch to celebrate their A+ designation in their huge celebration. So it was an amazing event. Staff did a great job, and it was so great. We got to hear quotes from students from every grade level talk about the importance of and how great Suero Ranch is and about this process. So that was really great to hear from all of the students throughout the process and hear from the teachers too. So a big shout out to that team that put that all together. And then you'll see some of the staff walking around today. We are in our blue and orange because Mathletes was today. And that was a competition for all of our math geniuses across the district, and that was pretty phenomenal to watch. Dr. Summers, you may be talking about this, but Ironwood took home the trophy again. So congratulations to Ironwood, but really congratulations to all of those students who were there competing. It was just really great, and it's really great to highlight our students when they can showcase their talent. So just wanted to say that. And Mary Carlson, she's a content coach. She was the one that helped to run that program, so big shout out to her. And then since I'm just talking about math teachers, Beth Quining, I might not pronounce that correctly. She's had 30 years teaching in this district as a math teacher, so just big shout out to her. To the community member who was mentioning the different days that we're recognizing this month and stuff. Actually, today is Epilepsy Awareness Day, so just wanted to put that out there. Our family's pretty involved with Epilepsy Foundation, so, and I know we have a lot of parents and students and family members that deal with that, so just wanted to put that out there as well. And I just hope that our staff had a very restful spring break and they're ready to be back at it, and looking forward to this meeting. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any more comments?
I will let my other fellow board members talk about all the amazing things. What I wanted to spend my time doing tonight is answering a question from last board meeting, how I individually as a board member contribute to and support the increase of academic success in our district. And so I've thought a lot about this. And so first would be working with district to ensure the fidelity of our curriculum process. We've had a lot of really aggressive curriculum adoptions, and I think as a board member that includes suggesting people for the curriculum board who have the experience to make those decisions, and then of course supporting the committee's work as they bring forth their best recommendation based on the collective knowledge of all of them to the board, to ensure that we have the very best curriculum out there for our students to make sure that they're challenged in the way and growing in the way that they need to. The second is providing support to ensure that academic services has what they need. Our academic support services does a great job of providing a lot of data-rich information. So my job as a board member is to make sure that I understand that and that I understand what is driving that, and then give the support needed to continue the forward momentum. And then the third thing I wanted to bring up is I think equally, maybe even more so as a board member, in list of importance is ensuring that the message of academic success gets to our community. I would hope that as a board member, as a parent in the district, and with the specific skill set that I have, that I am able to bring that forward to our community to help them understand. You know, we kind of joke, this room in this building is so important and feels like such a big thing to all of us, but the truth is most parents in the district don't even know this building exists. And so bringing that message forth to the community for all the exceptional things that are happening in PUSD and for the gains that we've had as Dr. Hernandez and her team work to bring that to us. So that's how I wanted to spend my time today, just kind of answering that community question. I think it's a important question to self-reflect of what we're each doing to drive and help use this seat that we hold to drive the academic success forward. So thank you for the question.
Mrs. Bowles, board comments.
Yes, I had the privilege of meeting with staff at eCampus, and I look forward to their presentation tonight. I really don't know where to begin with that. I know that this is a need in every community, and where we're headed with some other things just academically in our nation, but they just have really good things going on there. And of course, I'll put a shout out for Mr. Fryer because I know how he leads. And they just, you know, again, I look forward to their presentation, but it was an honor to be able to meet with you guys, or some of you. The other thing I wanted to say, when I hear something and it makes me stop and be like, wow, you know, like, actually I used to teach that for behavior, make your teacher say wow to the kindergartners. And I found out today that, and I think Ms. Ricks was, anyway, I won't go into that, sorry, that our district allows, I hope I don't have open a can of worms with this, but I was so taken back when I heard this that I'm like, wow, that is human to human. You know, like I want people to know that our district did this. Is it common practice? I ain't gonna get into that because I have no idea. But I want people to know that our district chose to allow a teacher, an excellent teacher, to stay home, not to stay home and not work, because why would a teacher do that, right? You're always planning. And work and teach from home in the midst of battling cancer. That just speaks volumes for who we are as a community. And I just want to put that out there. Whoever made that decision, I'm not even sure that that matters, but maybe it does. But I just, again, stopped and I was like, wow, you know, that's putting people first, I guess, is what I want to say. And I just want to put a shout out to whoever made that decision and valuing a person even in their struggle. And sometimes probably struggling at the end of their life, right? So I just wanted to say that, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Mr. Tobey, board comments?
This month has been a pretty amazing experience. Aside from mathletes today, the competition was pretty amazing. I definitely could not do some of those problems that were presented to the students. We were debating on the FOIL method and some of the other, you know, theorems, right? But one of the things that I've actually taken a lot of pride in this month is meeting with principals. Some of the principals are like, oh, it's tea with Toby. And so we go and we meet at a coffee shop, whatnot, and we talk about some of the things that are away outside of school that are not talked about in the boardroom necessarily, identifying process inefficiencies that they constantly are running into, things that I can then bring back to the cabinet and try to figure out on that way. So I know site visits have been a little bit slower, but I have the whole list of all the principals and vice principals now. Like, I will make it to you or to your campus. But I do find that so far this month has been valuable. I think we've had 6 or 8 different meetings with gobs of principals, so I got a lot of them checked off my list. But some of the feedback, I'm noticing consistencies amongst campuses in the north, campuses in the south, things that principals are seeing. And so I value your guys' feedback when it comes to that, because it helps me be a better educated board member, helps make some of the decisions that we're making, because we're in a pivoting point. And I know change is uncomfortable. One of the principals said teachers don't like change. You know, we want to be in the same room, same building, have the same, you know, curriculum and whatnot. It's hard, and I understand that. And so thanks for providing that insight. And if you sign up for a future Tea with Toby, please continue to tell your friends, because I just find that there's more and more value to that. One of the feedback I did get was regarding the school safety grant. It said, Jeff, you can provide maybe a little better clarity. Maybe I didn't say it the best way at the last board meeting. So just a little tidbit on that. I think in a future board meeting we'll have further discussion on this, but wanting to get the resources that principals are asking for, it requires something a little bit different this go around, because it is a competitive contract. And my understanding is ADE's already been up at the Capitol asking for more resources, because there is a finite number of resources to go around. We are a big district with a lot of different needs. And so being very strategic with this and structuring our request very strategically, so that way we do get those successful contracts. And us as a board, we discussed it last board meeting and voted unanimously on this strategy to allow principals to write this contract. But my advice to the principals was we have to structure it in a certain way, so that way we can get the resources on campus that the principals are asking for, but also the safety aspect that's going to benefit the schools and get us those award-winning grants. So there is a strategy to it, and I don't want to take away from any Dr. Summers' information he's going to present in a future meeting on that. But if you do have any additional questions, please reach out, and I'd be happy to clarify that even further, but thank you.
President Ricks, if I may. I want to add to what Mr. Toby said. Yesterday I was at the Senate, happened to be at the Senate, and they were addressing Bill HB 2376, which speaks directly to what he was referring to, what Mr. Toby was referring to. With our SRO, to put it in context, our SRO and our SSO officers, we've had thus far $135 million requested for the people that have applied in districts that didn't even apply the last time. And the bill was asking for $40 million. So they're not going to cover the cost even of all the officers. And that is the reason why we said we need to go that route first, or we might end up with nothing. But I just want to give you those numbers because I was given them yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more board comments, Mr. Toby, or are you good? Okay. Yes, so I just wanted to say congratulations to the mathletes. I apologize for arriving late. The calendar on our program that we have for sharing with the entire board, it showed that it went from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. So I came around 2 and I missed the whole thing and the awards. So I was kind of bummed, but Mrs. Ewing did share with me that on Monday we have our junior mathletes at noon. So I will be there right at 11:55 so that I can see what our amazing students are doing. So I just want to say congratulations to all of the winners and thank you to the staff that put that together for the students. So it's Wednesday. Okay, it's Wednesday. She told me Monday. Okay. That's okay. Wednesday. Okay. Hopefully we'll get that in our calendar with the right time and date. Okay. So thank you again for that. So I wanted to also say real quick, thank you to Dr. Ryan Ledusser. He also had, taken on this position. He wrote an amazing bio that was sent out to our staff, parents, and Ms. Airy was able to work with him on that, but he just wrote an incredible bio about himself and his background and knowledge, so I was really impressed with that. And I also wanted to say thank you to a substitute teacher, Mrs. Lyman, who was able to come in and in the middle of almost of our end of year, we have state testing and everything coming up, for his class that he was currently serving in. And so I just want to say thank you to Mrs. Lyman for taking that on. I think that's really great that we have such great substitute teachers that are willing to help with our students. Also, I wanted to say I hope everyone had a good spring break. I know I enjoyed it, so I just hope everybody else did. I also wanted to give a shout out. I know this week is Safety Week. I know Mr. Toby reminded me that a couple days ago. So I wanted to also say thank you to our Glendale Police Department. I know they're also here this evening with us every Thursday. And we have our board meetings and the fire departments, also Peoria PD and fire department as well. And like I said, I was gonna mention the consultant, but I already addressed that. So with that, I will turn it over to 5.2 Superintendent Summary of Current Events, Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Ricks, governing board members, cabinet guests. Good to see you all here. Thanks for your comments earlier. So not to rob the additional comments that were made earlier, but maybe to multiply. See what I did there. Do want to elevate the high school students from around our district that are here today to participate in the second annual Math Madness competition. The mathletes were given problems that would test their mastery of mathematical theorems and formulas spanning basic algebra to advanced calculus. And I'm just going to congratulate our first place winners that include our freshman Cody McDowell, sophomore Eldid Solomon, junior Benjamin Tran, and senior Theo Benavides, who kind of swept all the top honors, along with the overall winning team from Ironwood High School, defending champions, led by their advisor, Rob Shannon. And as already referenced, we do have our Junior Math Madness competition that will take place next Wednesday at Centennial High School. and we look forward to uplifting their efforts at a future meeting. And finally, as was also referenced earlier, let's just recognize Mary Carlson one more time for all of her fantastic work and the work of so many in the Academic Services Department to make this event possible. Also want to shout out Liberty High School's varsity cheer team for placing first at USA Spirit Nationals and their varsity men's basketball team for winning the 6A state championship title. We also had, I'm not sure if I mentioned this at the last meeting, Raymond S. Kellis varsity girls basketball team that were state champions. So I think we took 4 state championships in addition to many wrestlers, individual state champions. So maybe at a future meeting, I know it's been a while since we've had some recognition. It might be good to pack the house here with all of our fantastic student athletes and so many great award winners. So just a big shout out to the commitment of our student athletes, all the coaches, the support from the families, parents, who continue to support them on and off the court. Just before spring break, students from several of our elementary schools traveled to Pioneer Community Park to participate in the South Peoria Water Festival with the City of Peoria's Water Services Department. Under the guidance of city staff and students from the University of Arizona, our students engaged in hands-on activities to learn more about the water cycle and water conservation. Thank you to the City of Peoria, as always, for your continued support of educating every student every day. I also want to give a big shout out to our Director of Procurement and Distribution. Is Leslie here? Leslie. You don't have to stand or anything, but we're going to give you a big shout out because you were chosen by the Arizona Association of School Business Officials to receive the Best Practice Award. Yeah. Leslie was nominated for her work in implementing a comprehensive and sustainable approach to public education procurement, innovative ideas, strong leadership, and a commitment to transparency, which I know this governing board has seen on display multiple times. So congratulations, Leslie, job well done. And keeping to the topic of financial transparency, excited to share that yet again, Peoria Unified has received the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Association of School Business Officials International, which marks the 37th consecutive year of receiving this award. So a big thank you to Mrs. Rodriguez and her team and so many individuals who are part of ensuring Peoria Unified remains committed to transparency in how our district handles our finances to support student success. And as referenced also earlier, Peoria Unified is celebrating our annual School Safety Week. As a district, we remain committed to the safety and well-being of all of our students and staff, and we appreciate those strong partnerships with the City of Glendale and Peoria Police Departments. Our campuses have SROs and SLOs, and additionally, through leading other initiatives, our campuses are integrating procedural and physical practices to, bless you, increase the safety and security of our campuses. So to learn more about those efforts, we can encourage our community to visit our website, peoriaunified.org/safety. Last but not least, our most recent Summer Spotlight recipient was English Language Arts teacher from Raymond S. Kellis High School, Giovanna Donati. And you can learn more about the other recipients of the Summer Spotlight visiting our website as well. And we continue to receive great nominations, so thank you for submitting those. And with all of that, President Rooks, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers.
President Rooks, if I may, we would like to give some of these out. Is this a good time, or should I wait? Your call.
Yes, maybe Dr. Summers can walk with you since it's his superintendent summary of current events, so that we're somewhat on the agenda item.
I would like to give to our SRO, our officers here. I would like to give to our CFO and what was the other one he mentioned? Yes, thank you.
Okay,
So
yes.
that's 1, 2, how many? 4? 4 or 5? Here.
So these are our governing board leading with excellence pins that Mr. Toby created so that we could honor staff. So they want to honor our 2 Glendale police officers. He's probably hiding out in the front room. Right, so we will now move on to 6 discussion items. 6.1 Superintendent Transition Framework. That is presented by Dr. Casey Summers, Superintendent, and Dr. Ryan Leducer, Associate to the Superintendent.
Good evening again, President Rooks, Governing Board members. So I'm going to just take liberty to do a few quick minutes of a walkthrough of this document that you have attached to this item. And then I'll turn it over to Dr. Leducer. So following his appointment on March 12th and after a well-deserved spring break, Dr. Leducer and I met earlier this week to align on how to approach the transition period through June 12th. What you have in front of you reflects that work and our shared commitment to a smooth, stable transition for the district centered on student and organizational success. At its core, the framework is grounded in the most valuable thing that Dr. Leducer can do right now to build deep, firsthand knowledge of the district, its people, systems, and priorities. That understanding is what supports continuity and positions the next phase of leadership for a strong start. This organizing structure is very straightforward. So we do have 4, we're kind of referring to them as phases, but they're meant to be fluid and overlap with observing, learning, synthesizing, and providing insight. To reflect where we are and where we are headed. It emphasizes Dr. Leducer's presence, listening and learning, with insights and developing over time through what that process allows. So it is designed to be both intentional and flexible. The framework also clarifies roles through the period, as I will continue to serve as your superintendent through June 12th with full responsibility for district operations while supporting Dr. Leducer's onboarding and access to our organization. Dr. Leducer's focus during this time is on organizational learning, again, relationship building, and supporting the board as needed throughout this transition as well. We've also outlined our working norms, ongoing communication, regular check-ins, and coordinated planning to ensure alignment and consistency. In addition, the document includes a structured plan for institutional knowledge transfer with focused briefings across all areas, including budget, human resources, board governance, active initiatives, and community relationships. Finally, the framework closes with a set of shared commitments centered on students, professional respect, transparency, staff stability, and a clean, well-supported transition. As this is a discussion item this evening, we welcome your questions and feedback, and we'll continue to refine the framework as we move forward, as this is a working, breathing document. So, Dr. Leducer, I will invite you to share anything else you'd like to add, sir.
I'm a little shorter. Thank you, Dr. Summers. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Summers. He's been extremely welcoming this week. We've had multiple great conversations, very supportive and transparent with one another, and I thank you for that, sir, very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep. Along with that, everyone in the building here has been extremely welcoming and supportive, from the cabinet members to the executive directors, and all the staff in this building. I've been on a rampage of meetings and meeting with people, and so with all the cabinet members, executive directors, and then tomorrow morning I start with the principals and getting around with that and just getting that information back to see what we need to do and continue to build off of that. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone for such a warm welcome this week, and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. So we do have public comment before we go through board member questions. So you will have 3 minutes. Your first public comment is from Mia.
Hi. So I just wanted to say, as a parent in the district, I wanted to say welcome to Dr. Ryan Leducer. After doing some of my own research, I'm looking forward to having someone who I believe can and will be a true superintendent leader, something that POSD hasn't had for a long time. I have no doubt that he will be able to assist in handling all the changes happening in the district. I am very hopeful that he will create a transparent and working relationship with the board instead of against them. So looking forward to a great transition. And just as a reminder to the commentator earlier, I just wanted to say that, as a voter, we the voters voted for this board, and we support what they're doing. And as a voter, we voted them in to choose people into these positions. And so the voters support that. Clearly, you guys won the election. So thank you. And welcome, Dr. Ryan LaDoucher.
Last public comment is from Laura T.
The organizing framework has triggered a couple of questions and therefore my feedback. Under providing insight, it states the associate to the superintendent to bring forward evidence-based recommendations to support the governing board and the long-term health of the district. I agree, but the community is missing. That community, by the way, I represent many, many students who attend Peoria, the community who voted for you. Yes, it's right. You know, the community that sits at the top of your chart. Support should extend beyond the board to the community, students, parents, and staff. Leadership does not operate in a vacuum. Every decision affects real people. Support also works both ways. If the associate to the superintendent is expected to support the board, how will the board support him? Leadership cannot succeed in isolation. The board's role is more than hiring. You are responsible to ensuring leadership is effective. How will you do that? Without support and accountability, turnover is inevitable. I have always believed that every board should include at least one retired, successful superintendent, someone who brings real insight and experience to this work. What culture are you creating to ensure this leader succeeds, stays, and feels valued? Culture matters. Avoid the culture of blame. Even if leadership departures are not directly caused by the board, you are responsible for reading the pulse of leadership, intervening when needed, navigating challenges, and addressing issues before they grow. You were elected to create the conditions for success. With the superintendent and assistant superintendent leaving and the new associate to the superintendent being hired, my question is simple. How will you ensure this leader stays, thrives, and feels supported while serving both the board and the community? As board members who claim the competence to hire, evaluate, and write policy, you should also be able to clearly formulate and publicly share your plan to support leadership. Can you share the plan with the community so we can see that you truly know your craft? Thank you so much for acknowledging the question from my community and answering today about academics. Strong leaders don't just set policy, hire, and evaluate. They create the conditions for success, support leadership, and serve the community. A board is truly effective when it builds a culture where leaders stay, students thrive, families remain, and everyone feels they belong and succeed. And I have some time left. I can't believe that. I wanted to say that when I provide feedback, I have the expectation that it will be received with the poise and the professionalism true leaders uphold. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment. So we'll go to board questions. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
So first off, Dr. Summers, I just want to say thank you so much for putting this together because over break I was thinking about, it'd be great to have like a 30, 60, 90-day update on what Mr. LaDoucer is doing. So thank you for putting this framework together. It really helps me to better envision all of the different parts of the roles. I think that anyone coming into leadership, I think the first thing that those individuals really need to do is to really deeply understand and listen to listen to all of our staff and listen to, especially our staff who has been here for very long periods of time, what's worked in the past, what hasn't worked, what are the biggest challenges now, and so forth. And not only that, but also what are the biggest challenges with all of these things happening all at the same time? Because, you know, a superintendent leaving creates one problem, but then you compile that with this big budget cut. Then you compile that, you put that on top of some school closures and all of these things those all working together create additional problems. And it's very easy to come into these scenarios and say, this is how I think things should be done, without taking a step back and say, I need to really listen and really be able to look at it with some new eyes and be able to offer some solutions. So I'm looking forward to you being here. I'm looking forward to talking with you more. And I'm looking forward to you being able to talk with Dr. Summers and all of our cabinet members about the true vision of the district, and how do we continue to carry it forward with the tsunami of things that are happening in our district right now. So those are the things that I wanted to focus on. I think that I love all this framework. I think it would be great to, and maybe Dr. Summers, you were already thinking this, but I think it'd be great to have him in, to have like an executive summary in our Friday reports periodically about the work that he's doing as well, just to make sure that is in line with some of the things that were put in here. I think that would be just helpful to just keep us updated. Yeah, just looking forward to hearing more from you, and looking forward to talking with you further. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions. I can say one thing. As we are having a lot of transition, I am 100% certain that we are poised with the right people in place to take us forward into this. Dr. Ludus, you were chosen for a reason. And I have every confidence that working with Dr. Summers, that this will be a smooth transition, again, for our students. You know, every time I drop my kids off, I'm reminded, like, again, most people don't even know this building exists. And on the schools, they're slugging it out every day. And we're going to do everything we can in this building to ensure that those schools, that the teachers, the admin have the support that they need to be successful for our students. And I'm very, very confident in our ability to do that.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Welcome. We're excited to have you and move forward. My question really was what Ms. Ewing addressed already. If you can give the board updates, and in addition to what she's already said, straight, you know, if Mr. Can you pronounce your name for me? I don't want to say it wrong. I'm just saying.
Leducer.
Leducer, Mr. Leducer, thank you, or Dr. Leducer, right? But, you know, that avenue for you also to bring things to the board so that we can be transparent in helping and where we need to, you know, I just wanted to put that out there. So Friday report, if that's what we agree on, that's fine. So both parties have the avenue to reach out if they need assistance or answers or whatever. I don't really know what that means, but just so the door is open. Thank you.
Mr. Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Again, thank you for stepping into the arena to help fill this role that we need, you know, following the separation when Dr. Summers leaves us finally. But above and beyond just the observing and the learning that you're doing right now, I know through reading your background and some of the things that you've done, much like Dr. Hernandez came alongside us as a district and has really pushed us in an academic way. I also want to see where your strengths are when it comes to how we as a district can pivot and launch us further, right? And as Mrs. Proudfit said, you were chosen for a reason. And I think that I'm excited to see where your skill sets are going to shine in this arena. And if there's anything else that you need, please let us know. Yeah.
Great. Yes. So I would just say that while this transition framework was greatly put together, I appreciate it, and was presented by you guys, I think it outlines, I mean, it does say that outlines the superintendent retains full decision-making authority during this transition period. It is important, I think, to clarify the role of governance. Under Arizona law, the superintendent operates under the direction and oversight of the governing board. The governing board holds the ultimate authority and responsibility for the district, including major decisions that impact students, staff, and the community. The superintendent is responsible for executing the board's vision and managing day-to-day operations. However, final authority rests with the elected governing board. This structure ensures accountability, transparency, and that the voice of the community, through its elected representatives, remains at the center of all district decisions. So as we move through this transition, I think it's essential that this governance structure is clearly understood and upheld, because it wasn't listed in there as well with the governing board aspect. But I also wanted to say that I express that I am really looking forward to working with Associate to the Superintendent, Dr. Ryan Ledusser, in his role. I am eager to see what he brings to the table as we look towards the future of our district. I think you bring valuable experience from your time in the classroom, his leadership as a principal, and his extensive background as a consultant. I think Dr. Ledusser has much to offer and brings meaningful value to his profession. He is stepping into a significant role with great responsibility, and he will play an important part in supporting our district, our students, our staff, and our families and community during this transition. So I also see, in my opinion, a possibility of Dr. Ledusser moving into a role of interim superintendent. And I look forward to observing his leadership and contributions as we move forward in the future direction of our district. And that's all that I have. If no further questions or comments, thank you, Dr. Summers, and thank you, Dr. Ledusser.
Thank you.
We will move now to 6.2, Peoria Flex Academy presentation. That is presented by the Peoria Flex principal, Mrs. Sybil Jacobs. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Rooks, our clerk, Ms. Proudfit, Superintendent Summers, Associate to the Superintendent, Dr. Ledusser. Although I did like the French flow there a little bit ago. And cabinet and guests here, and the whole back rows of, sometimes that looks like church because that's where you sit, but they're in the back of the boardroom where the camera's not on. I am very excited to be able to speak to you about Peoria Flex Academy and some possible vision casting for the future now that we have a vote from March 12th of the repurposing and closures of schools, and then what could happen based on some of the things that were a part of that March 12th vote. So thank you, Mr. Toby, for this opportunity to be here in front of you and to share a little bit about that. Before we get started on the forward thinking, it's good to understand kind of where we've been. And so when you look at the history of the Flex Academy, it opened 21 years ago. And when it opened, it has now had 4 different homes. We're hoping that maybe the 5th and final, it could be a really good slogan, 5th and final location is our final one for this particular school and this move. It has had 6 leaders in those 21 years, and I've been there for 12 years. So it has been a wonderful experience for me. It really has been life work and life-changing to be able to work with the students and these phenomenal people in this back 2 rows. Really, they are the school, and they are the heartbeat and the pulse of Peoria Flex Academy. In 2023, well, let me back up. We did go into Old Main in 2014. We got to open up that building, and at that time, we had 64 students, 3 full-time teachers, 2 part-time teachers, and just a couple other little fragments that were flying in and out at that time. And so since then, we have really grown a program and reinvigorated what it means to be Peoria Flex Academy. It actually had been the Peoria Transition Center prior. And in 2015, about 7 months after we got into Old Main, we were able to formally change that name to the Flex Academy. And they've done a lot of flexing in the 12 years that we've been in Old Main. As we continue to evolve and we try to get better and we try to reach all of the students and get out there, what I was able to gain understanding about was a dropout recovery program. I learned about that through the Arizona Alternative Education Consortium. And Miss Rochelle Morris in the front row, our federal programs director, who was super instrumental in guiding and helping me to build a plane while we were flying it with this program, along with some great team members of ours at the Peoria Flex. In this, this happened in 2023, we proposed a concept. In the summer, we pushed it out. Also in that summer, I had been given a challenge to expand my thinking of alternative ed, and I'm gonna use a real specific term. It was to tease out my, she's not here, I was gonna tell her, I was teasing out my idea of alternative ed, and so we have done just that. We've teased it 80s style, Aquanet, big hair, the whole thing, and you'll see that here in a little bit. And I actually have pictures of Miss Airy and Dr. Hernandez in all their big hair from last summer's admin meeting, and I'm like, I bet I have that. Hey, Miss Airy. So for for a nice visit to PFA, I will show you said pictures. We were able to get that approved through ADE, and the district supported it with a soft launch in January of 2024. At that time, we started with 7 students in January, and we've continued to build it to this last Tuesday, 2 days ago, we had 50 students in that program. There's been more in total, but that's how many are currently in there. There's more in total because they graduate, so that's a good thing. If you look at the slides there, we are doing some continued monitoring. The state is continuing to increase the accountability of this program, and I do think that's a really important thing because we've had a lot of people going to offering these through various modalities, and so Peoria District, Peoria Flex Academy really has a robust program for this. In fact, Dr. Russell from the state, as we call him, he did say that we were a model for the state and an exemplar, and he has sent quite a few people our way who are trying to build this for their districts because it is something that is meeting the needs of students out in our communities, especially post-pandemic when they just got so far behind and didn't know how to fix that. So it's been a good opportunity for us to continue to refine our program and to be really holding to standards that Peoria Unified wants to do. When we look at Peoria Flex Academy through the numbers, we've got it all the way back to 2014, but looking at the last 3 years, these are students in the overall enrollment. Today, we are at 180 students. We're not done with the year. We typically bring kids in every week, every other week, and so we can see our numbers there, and I think it's important because we're always talking about leveraging dollars and being fiscally responsible. The out-of-district number percentage there is pretty significant because we've got kids coming from around, actually I'm going to say around the state, but they are coming from our neighboring districts and around mostly our Maricopa County areas. We have had a couple on reservation spaces up in the northern part of Arizona. This next graph shows our SOAR Center. This is the Dropout Recovery Program, and this shows our numbers. And that program, we started at the end of that spring semester with the 20 students. We went up to 59, and currently 64 who've been through the program, again, just to this last Tuesday, and they continue to do those intakes on a weekly basis for this program particularly, because they can go to school 365 days a year and enroll at any time. So it's not locked to a standard traditional model. I also think the out-of-district numbers are significant because it's showing that we have some opportunity for growth because 30+% of the students in this online program are out of district. And they are coming to us from all around. So right now they're coming from our neighboring districts. Santan Valley is the furthest away, but we have them. Phoenix Union, we have Wickenburg, Cave Creek, and then the 3 that give us the most referrals, if you will, are Dysart, Deer Valley, and Glendale Union actually send students to us, not so much for the SOAR program. They do have an online model, but students who don't work well in a online model and need a physical space, they refer them to us. And so we've almost got like this direct pipeline to PFA, and we will take it because we know where the public buses are. So that's kind of just our numbers there in a nutshell. When you look at our graduation rates and the way that we've continued to try to accelerate that, the red line there you'll see is our graduation numbers. This is in total. And then the blue line is our students that are in the Dropout Recovery SOAR Center. We didn't start it till 2023, so it was baselined until its inception. We are excited to say that we are expecting 90 graduates this May for our graduation, which will be the highest class ever, and that is an exciting thing. When we look at the SOAR Center and a sustainability impact and a growth trend, what you'll see on this graph is 2 things. So our red line is our enrollment numbers, and the blue line is what we are funded for. So the way that this program is working is that they aren't tied to a seat time, they're tied to classroom time on the computer. We have 4 components by law that we need to adhere to. So in addition to someone that's overseeing this at an administrative type level is one component. We have to have a mentor teacher, and we have them available with a learning lab and a tutoring on campus at any time. We have to have wraparound services, and then of course we have to have reporting, and so we have to have those office supports to do the data and report it to ADE so we get the money from ADE. So the blue line is a funding source, and so you can see kind of the dips and the way that we go ebb and flow, if you will. And if we were in a study session, I'd be asking you questions on what you see, but I'm just going to cut to the chase. So in the summer, like all of us, we like to go on vacation. So we have this huge drop in June, and then we pick it back up in July, and we keep going, and then we get to Christmas, and it gets a little But two things that I see here that are significant is that when you put some effort behind it and you put something behind it, you can really make this grow. So if you look at your graph and you see in December, that's kind of a rough month. It's, you know, people are busy and whatnot, so the kids aren't as active in their classes. But we added a person to really just target mentoring these students, reaching out to them. What are your barriers? Why aren't you able to work? Oh, your computer, you lost your internet, or your computer needed to be updating, but we don't make you come into school every day. You come in to test in the live setting, but that's it. Not state requirement, but Peoria unified rigor and accountability. So they have to come in. So we have to go out and like, need a computer? Okay, because you're a mama too and you can't get to us. So with that support, we saw this jump, and that really takes us to how this can be something that we can leverage as a district, and we have leveraged so that this, it's kind of small, but I wanted you to see all the things so I can read it. But the bottom dollar is that in 19 months, we have brought in about $275,000. So I think that's fairly significant. And it doesn't account for our first 6 months, but it is something that we can certainly continue to expand upon as we put some meat behind what we've done, because this has really been a grassroots grown effort by these folks back here to your right. So they're the ones that are like boots on the ground, going out, getting the kids, getting in the van, really bringing them in if they need to. And so to have some real push to accelerate this, I know we're just gonna be able to reach more students. And it's not about the green box, it's really about all the little numbers in that red dot, which is students, right? It's all about the kids and how do we capture them. And to talk about the capture, we need to talk about who are the kids. So again, kind of small, but this is taken from the last 3 years, and these are dropout numbers. I wanna be real transparent in what it means by dropout. So this dropout, by terms of Jill Thomas and her IT department, means that when they left our schools, we have to code them as a dropout student. If they leave, they don't go to another school, and we don't send a transcript. When we get a transcript request, we will then change that code that they transfer to another student or another school. They moved out of state, so there's these codes. So this is representing students that when they left our district, no record was requested. And this is the ADE report. This isn't the PUSD, this is the ADE report. So when I look at it, just kind of a side note, when I look at the 25-26, which we're sitting in, and there's a lot of freshmen, my surmise, and I could be wrong, but these are freshmen who don't have a transcript, so they wouldn't really request one because they haven't earned any credits yet if it was first semester, right? Because we're block. So there's some of that in there. But for our SOAR center and the dropout recovery, they have to be 16. So we start to target that junior and senior bar graphs. So when we're looking at this overarchingly for our students, which could go to our online or in-person programs, we have seen this 95% increase of students leaving our district, and that's really the thing that we have to think about and we have to recapture. And we have to go, how can we redo that? How can we recapture that? And so that's one of the things that we would like to explore and just kind of push out a little bit more with some thinking in the future. There's a second part to this presentation, but I'm gonna pause and if you wanna ask me questions, because I talk pretty fast.
We don't have any public comment, so we can go if board members have any questions, or if you want to let her continue, it's up to you guys. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Just, you're amazing, and thank you for all of this. And you know how much I support the Flex Academy. I'm there all the time, so thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
No questions, just excited to hear the rest.
Okay, Ms. Bowles, any questions?
I was going to ask the demographics, and you gave the 30% out of district, you know, so you already gave you that number. Do we have, like, what area of our state you're getting the most out of district?
So the students who are coming to us the most are the ones that were on the left-hand side of that PowerPoint. And so flipping back, but it was Deer Valley, so a neighboring district, Dysart, neighboring-ish, and then Glendale Union, also a neighbor. Yeah, so those are the three that are coming to us. They take public transportation a lot. Councilmember Edwards has been really wonderful in supporting the Flex Academy with bus passes, and he also sits on the Maricopa County Transportation. I think it's a commission. Let's call it a commission. It sounds important. So he's on a commission, and he talks to them about like, hey, we need more help. So they get us bus passes. And to that point, he's also wanting to help us, even though we're moving potentially, I guess we're moving, it's from Glendale to Peoria. He wants to help us, even though he's in Peoria, and help us with that, even looking at bus routes. So wherever we end up, he's going to help us. But they come from our neighboring districts.
Can you give me that name again?
Miss John Edwards.
Edwards.
He's the Peoria City Council.
City Council member.
And I wanted to be sure.
He's super supportive. He is in Peoria.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Question that should maybe be later, but one of them is Deer Valley, Dysart. I have it written down on my paper and I don't know where. There have been other districts. Do you believe that we're getting those students because they had to close down some of their
programs? So they don't have the dropout recovery program per se that we have isn't something that they have operated.
So they don't have it at all?
To my knowledge, they don't have this, like the Source Center, they do not, to my knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me ask Ms. Spiller, do you know if? No, not. Okay. Huh? Yeah, Dysart has a place called Sundown, and I've actually toured that campus, and so they send 20 students from each of their comprehensive schools, or they can send a set number of students, it used to be 20 when I went there, to that campus, and it's a program, it's not a school, so all of their data and all of their things stay at their home schools. They bring them there, they work through things, they might go back, they might stay, but they graduate with their home school. So it's a program, we are an actual school with an entity number, so the students graduate.
That's a very good way to say that, thank you. I'll probably have the question after eCampus for both of you. So thank you. I appreciate what you do, and there's communities out there that say they have these programs, and they probably do on paper, but not like Peoria. And I just have to say that I'm excited for that because I know students that need, especially on the west side, this school. So thank you.
Mr. Toby, do you have any questions so far?
I think this is a fantastic program that we do need to lift up and work with, and I think that the state treating us as a logic model for other areas and other districts speaks to your guys' investment in the program and where it's gone since its inception. You started talking about, well, we're a school. I know you've shared with me, but can you just go into a little bit more detail about your efforts? Like, give yourself some credit here. What does it take to make PFA work, and why do we have to continue this forward, like the importance of that? So thank you for that. It works. It really works because of them. Like these people really are, it's a unique team. We are going to have a good transition turnover this year, but that's retirements predominantly and, some resignations. But it is critical to our entire mission and education period. It is about students, and that's really, that's bottom line. So when it doesn't fit for a student on a comprehensive campus for a multitude of reasons, we have another option. So eCampus has been an option. I know we heard from Mr. Fryer on the 12th. We're going to hear from him here in a few minutes. But we need to have all avenues and options for them to really be able to explore so that we are then turning out a generation that is able to think critically, to be productive citizens of our community, and to be able to provide for themselves and for their families or whomever they need to provide for. So I've been in the district for 29 years. I've been at elementary, high school, an instructional coach, and then here at the Flex. So there's space for all students, but in that, I've always, when we've worked on different projects, or I've been working on different projects, you have a good chunk, they're fine. They're going to be okay. We have 6 children. My husband's here. He's a teacher in the district. We have 6 kids. They all have different bents. They all have different needs.
And we've had students, some of our children that have had special needs, that have had IEPs. They've gone and transitioned to 504s because they had great services here. We've had one of our kids who attended the Flex Academy for a while because that was a need that one of our children needed. So while we might ideally be like, hey, this is so great, we all have different things that we need in life, and we all need different supports. And this is just another one of the wonderful supports, or as we call them a lot of times here, signature programs that we get to offer to our community. And as we continue to push that out and really promote that in a less grassroots format, but in a really robust model, I believe we're going to see the community seeing it, because right now the students that are coming from out of district, Ms. Bowles, are hearing about us from other people. And they're like, oh, my friend said, or da 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 da. And that's how we get them, is by word of mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm anxious to get on to the solutions and what you're envisioning for the future of PFA and how we can really grow and actually benefit, outside of our district too. So, thank you.
President Riggs, I'm sorry, if I may ask one more question.
Yes, Mrs. Bowles.
As you, obviously you get referrals out of our district. Can you kind of, in a short version, how are students referred to your program within our district?
So at the comprehensive level, we have the counselors see a student that is struggling. There are 6, they divided it to 7, but it's really like 6 areas that you qualify for being at the Flex. And the one overarching really is you're behind in credit and in a year or more. So you have a credit deficiency when you get into that high school space. You might be adjudicated, you might be awarded the state, you could be a McKinney-Vento homeless couch surfing, you could be, boy, I just lose it. When you're standing up here, you're like, what are all the things? Right. I can recite it in the middle of the night. But there's a requirement that it takes. So when they get to when they're at comprehensive and they're like, this isn't working, we just want to go to an online program, and we get vendors that come to us all the time that are like, hey, bring them to us. We give them a computer. When they graduate, they get $500. I can't give them $500, but we can love on them a whole lot. So we're like, hey, so we talk to our counselors, and Ms. Stieg, our school counselor, and Ms. Spiller, our guidance counselor, or secretary, they go out and they try to just get word. They go to the schools, they go to the monthly meetings to tell our guidance counseling teams and our lead counselor, this is who we are and this is what we do. So we have a sheet. We have here's how you would, here's this, yes, this, no. So that's how they would get to us. And then if they do have an IEP, we have our school psychologist review that. And if we can meet their needs, then we want them to come to us. And so we've had some great success. We do have to kind of note that we have an accelerated learning plan for students because it's credit recovery. So they've failed English 1, or you guys were at the Math Bowl. Algebra is kind of rough. There was a year where we had our kids, their average was taking Algebra 1 3 times. Every student on our campus average. So we have to get them through. We do not accelerate math. It is too tough. But we do accelerate our other courses in the English, science, and then history, except for government econ. So there's a really good plan. And again, it has been developed over the 12 years that we've been doing this, because 12 years ago we were online only in the Edgenuity platform.
I have so many questions for you, but I won't ask all of them.
Okay. No more midnight meetings. No more midnight meetings.
You're right. We don't mind that. I don't mind that because we have a lot to do. That's really the truth.
I know.
You're welcome all to go home, but we are okay with that. We do really have a lot to do, and have accomplished a lot, actually.
Yes, I'm sorry. I
No.
appreciate
And
it.
I'm not dismissing what you said. We've had that conversation up here. Title I, how does that affect, sorry, this is so loud. I'm going to move it away from you a bit. The first thing that went in my brain when you said the buses, McKinney-Vento, you've already mentioned, right? Mm-hmm. So there's resources for out there, one of which is through Title I monies, for bus passes, for some of the things that they need. How does that fit into this campus?
So I'm going to answer what I know, and maybe we need to have further clarification if I say it wrong, but this is how I've understood it for 12 years, is that while the Peoria Flex Academy does qualify for title funding, our LEA, our district, allocates that into those spaces. And we are an expensive program because we have smaller numbers of students. So we are funded to do what we need to do. I am grateful. And we don't bring those direct dollars in. What we do get in grant funding, though, is through our federal programs department. And so Rochelle has been really good at finding funds. We have two different ones. We have a neglected and delinquent. And that one is one that we are, sometimes it's funded, and I believe sometimes it is not always funded. Some years it's funded and sometimes not. It's just kind of depends. And so we're able to get those fundings from the state to be able to do some supports for our students. We have not used it for transportation.
Okay, and my resources, obviously, that's something that I would like to, give you if you don't need, show you direction. I write grants, that's beside the point. But the population that you serve probably need a lot of that, right? Mm-hmm. Who is your person, could you point to the person that you just said knows about the grant and the funding?
She's in the front row in the middle,
Okay.
sorry, Miss
Oh, I have
Morris.
had conversations with you. Okay, I'd like to talk to you at some point, just to help you. And I'll just share, I had a call this morning that 3 students needed a place to go to school. So I love that you're a school. I love that the student can come in and have the variety of, this does come a little later, but the variety that what a school district offers, right? It's not just an online school. And I've said this before, and I'll say it over and over, many others are making millions off, and they're not so great at programs. In fact, some of them are terrible. And just making packets and dropping them off at kids' homes. So I appreciate that, and don't lose that uniqueness, even though it might not, you're not doing what they're doing, and they're doing, seem to be doing more. I know I'm preaching the choir when I say that, but I love what we have. So thank you for what you do. Thank you.
I know, mic drop over here. I was going to say, you made a good point with algebra because I had to retake it at Sunrise. So,
Same.
yes, yep.
Ironwood. Mm-hmm.
Yep, there you go. I was just going to say just 2 things real quick. I'm already looking at the future slides, number 11, and I just loved your red arrow that was pointing to a certain school and crossing out another. So that was pretty funny.
Don't steal my thunder yet.
Okay, I won't steal the thunder. So that was just funny.
For it.
But I will say, I don't know if you remember, but I remember this conversation. I think it was in my first year on the board, and Dr. Sorensen sat on the board. And I remember that there was discussion of moving your school. And I remember at the time, because I toured your school, and I was like, what? No, why are we moving them? No, what? No. Don't do that. But I just want to say, going through your slides and presentation, I was amazed by it. I was just like, this is such a great opportunity to have something unique in our district. And I think that I was very impressed with your presentation. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I won't steal your thunder anymore, so go ahead.
Ready? Ready? Here we go. It's coming up. It's coming up. All right. So the second part of this whole kind of concept is with Mr. Toby asking how can we leverage some of the different opportunities that we have, especially with the concept of moving. And so this slide really is the one we've kind of seen a lot as we've gone through the process. And I like to do a couple things with this slide. So number 1, red arrow. I'm just throwing it out. It's a pioneer fix. And to that point, though, President Brooks, you are right when you came and you're like, they're going to move you. So I talked about how we'd moved 4 times prior to me getting there, and then I was with the team to move into Old Main. And in my 12 years there, I have sat through 4 different conversations, even blueprints, of movement to the Challenger Center that became the Smart Center, to the 200 and 700 building of Cactus, to the lower level B floor of Peoria, and to Kachina. So I've already sat through, and it is a grieving process, but in that, I do know that we have to do things, and we have growth in lots of spaces, the Met included. And so while I wanted to hold on to all of the rafters and tie myself to the building, it's been 12 years. It's okay. And we can get a forever home because the 5th is the final. So it'll be okay when we move. But there is a grieving process. And I do know that. And I want to respect the Kachina and Pioneer people who, families and teachers that are grieving this movement and having to move. So while it can be an excitement for the future, for some, there's some real loss and grief. And I do want to honor that. So
I would also say that it is the building, but it's also the people that you have. You have a great, amazing team, and that's, I think, a standout. And the same thing with Pioneer and Kachina. They have a great, amazing staff members and team and community, and I think that that's a standout. So I liked your philosophy of the building, but I'm like, but man, you got a great team.
It's the house and the home concept, right?
Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely. And that is one reason why when I did go and tour both campuses, that when I walked through them, and I got an opportunity to do that because I called and I asked, can I come and tour these for myself, please? When there's no teachers there, to be respectful. I really did look at the big picture and what made sense on a larger scale. So we'll kind of talk about that. One thing that I did do on here, and I want my friends right up here to see this because it looks like that, but then, the Works comes to us. Now, I spoke to, these are our leads for the Works program, and so we have Miss Balmer and we have Miss McKenzie, and so they lead our Works program, and it is not the same as the ATC. It is different, just like the PTC and PFA are different. They have really built this, and I talked to Courtney for about an hour, maybe a little more on Tuesday, we hadn't met. And we haven't had that ability to potentially collaborate with all of these pieces. And so I found out a bit more about the Works program of things that I didn't know. And so, again, putting all of these pieces that we could use it like spaghetti and throw it to the wall. But if we're really intentional, Mr. O, our TOA AP, he always says, don't get lost in the sauce. We don't want to get lost in the sauce. We want to be super intentional about what we're doing. And so the Works, I would love to have them on our campus, but they do have some concerns. And so, if you wanted to ask them that or whatever in your question, you could, but they have a lot of needs of students. And so if we don't have a really intentional, organized plan right out the gate, we have the most vulnerable students in our district that are, our older students that really need some supports. So I'm gonna get to that on my last slide. But what can we do with this new concept of repurposing this campus? We can collaborate across the programs and schools that you see on the right-hand side. We are also excited to collaborate and partner with Cactus High School. Christy Hammer and I have worked together for the last 12 years. We were hired into these roles together. We went through a mentoring program together, and so we have a great relationship to continue that on for the school as the school transitions there. We would be able to leverage some staff share. So while we see that we have small numbers in certain things, we could certainly look at maximizing that to an appropriate number for these, more critical populations. But we could look at that in some of our support staff. We are looking at a CTE support. We were able to get marketing a couple of years ago, but we work in the Peoria High School student store because we don't have enough students to earn money the snacks will go bad. So we go over and work in theirs and we get the experience and we partner, but on our own campus, we're still gonna not have all the numbers all the day long. So I talked to the director, Mr. Eichenlob, and he said, what about us helping with a print shop, not like the copy center and making copies, but like t-shirts. And we actually teach that. So it would be awesome to have the material that's not our Cricuts that we bring in when we're not using them at home. I never use mine, but they do. And so they just sit at the school and they do it. But we could do it in a more professional fashion and have them use this through a CTE, and they could actually look at being program completers, which is not something we've been able to manage yet. And it does go to our CCRI bucket, which goes to our label, which we're getting back this year, our B200A. We would have student leaders, and I have on there a campus support hub. And these would be students that would be able to help us with different capacities because we would have the room to do it. We had a really fabulous clothing closet, so fabulous, and we ran out of room. So it's it's usable, but it's not so fantastic. But our kids would like to rebuild that. We could look at job shadows through the Career Center. And then again, if we were able to do the community support hub, and what I mean by that is there was a group of us that got together with our Family Connections group and Corey Underhill, and we worked through these schools that have clothing closets, and we're all just doing individual things, and to be able to be really intentional about, hey, we're a unified district, let's try to unify and pull our resources, and we could use our students to be able to organize and to get those things out to the different schools. There's just so many things. Not tonight. So those are some of the things that are there. And then again, some electives in CTE at Cactus High School. So we would be able to go, I've got the 0.4 miles on the docket. We know how to get there, and we've got 2 vehicles we can get the kids to and from in a good chunk of time. So this is the alternative pathway umbrella thought. So in December, it was a rainy, drizzly New Year's, so I asked my husband to drive me around. We looked like weird creepers driving around empty schools taking pictures, but we did it, and no cops came. So this is Pioneer on the left, and on the right, thanks to my husband's vast knowledge and excitement about chat and all things AI, he helped me put some things together, and so we have this refreshed with a budget-minded, conscious effort, paint and some plants, which we can get donated. We have an idea of concept. I did change it since December and January because it said Peoria Flex Academy on there, and now it does not. It says Peoria Pathways Campus, and I think that really would encompass everything that we could put on this campus and everything that was in your slide a few slides ago, because we would be able to put the Peoria Flex Academy, the eCampus, our Works program, and this little ghosted guy is a junior high alternative. So this would be our nest, and it would be, we need more people's brains besides this one, but thoughts could be that it would be the nest so that we are nurturing the students that come to us, that we're empowering them, we're supporting them, and they thrive to get back to a school, which I do believe Cactus High School would be the natural progression because it's a 7-12, and we don't take a student who hasn't found success in junior high on the K-8 setting and put them back on there. It doesn't work, and any principal will tell you that does not work. So we would be able to offer that as a component of this campus. The campus structure really does work for that. So when you're looking at the Pioneer campus from the front parking lot, you have an office, and to the left of it, you have these doors. It's one to their library, the other one is to, I believe it's their workroom, that kind of a thing. So the concept would be that we have a pathway exploration in that library, and they are able to go in there and really look at what do we offer in Peoria. So we talked about the funding and the save, I believe it was around $1 million if we did this centralized registration. Not a favorite for people, and I get it, totally get it. But if they came to us, we in alt ed, we have to know what the district offers because they're coming to us from everything. The comprehensive, they don't necessarily have to know what we do because they do their thing, and they should. They do their thing, and they know that at Liberty they're doing their 3 A's, the academics, the arts, and the, did I say athletics? Athletics, arts, and academics. 3 A's. Academics are important. Let's put that in there. If we're the 3 C's at Kellis, if we're going to go to Centennial and lead with honor, integrity, and excellence, and if you're at Ironwood, it's the IJBH, and if you know, you know. So it's just better here. So we have to know where IB is, where ROTC is, where Ag is. We have to know that because when our kids come to us and they want that as an elective or that's their bent, we have to try to get them to that. That's our goal. So the goal isn't to keep and hold them. The goal is what do you need? What do you want? How can we support you? And let's get going. So with this, we would have that potential where they could come in and see what are the resources? What do you offer in those spaces at your different campuses? There's little colors on your map. So this is one, and again, we have not really had an opportunity. Everything's gone so fast, and so we recognize, a vote happened a day before spring break, and it's 4 days after. So we haven't had a really great opportunity to sit and to really round table, have conversation. But in my walkthrough, the TLC labs looked like maybe a natural to an eCampus, but Mr. Fryer would be the expert on that. So for kicks and giggles tonight, we would have dedicated space because the buildings offer it, and it would have space for the labs and for his support staff and him and the teachers that would be present. the Works program and our friends that we maybe can bring along with us and be part of our team, they have one room at Cactus. So they teach and they do labs, but it would be pretty cool to be able to have multiple things, and some things that they could use now, we should be able to put in there. We also, I also added some of the blue lines are parking, because they take the students out into the community all day long and need them parked kind of closer to the building and then also in space. So I met with Mr. Adamo, who is one of our building leads, and he walked the buildings with us, showed where we could park, what would make sense. So there's a couple of options here for the Works program that may fit into their space. And then this is down the line, but this would be a potential for the future build out of the junior high model that we've talked about. I did go back into my notes and notice that in 2018, I believe it was, 18 to the 19th year, 18-19, they gave Peoria Flex Academy some staff to start or to do a junior high, but we hadn't built it. So I had a little bit of a panic attack, and I was like, I cannot do this in 1 month. We don't know what we're doing. So this would need to be built out, but you know, they quickly pulled that sucker back and it went somewhere else. But on the campus, this would allow a junior high option. I've been to all of the meetings, study sessions, Cactus. I understand the age gaps, all of that. This could be very safe and secure for students. And again, down the line, but there's an opportunity for it to be separate, but yet on that campus to be able to leverage the space and really, really move that for our district. And then finally, one of my favorites, I didn't know this was there. And then when I went on the tour, I thought this would be so cool, because we have a really neat garden at Peoria Flex. And it makes me tear. It is just, they've done all, I don't know how to get it. I got to rip it out. But they've made these tiles and this artwork, and it's so awesome. But this can be the next best thing. So it's got covered. I won't get sunburned all the time. That'll be great. But this is what I thought would be really cool to call the Pioneer Plaza, to honor the past and the history that's there. Like, we're not just, you're done. Like, what was Pioneer? How long, it's been there. And we've had these pioneers that have come before us. So to honor that, so calling it a hub, to honor, to understand that's a bridge of culture for our campus and then our district, to bring that really together from the center of our district and push that out like that umbrella. So they know what we do, we know what they do, and there's this great understanding. And then building those bridges. So those bridges with our stakeholders, our community, with each other in our building, with our students that don't understand. And I was sharing with Courtney, as a young child, not having exposure to students with disabilities, there were things that shocked, like I would be a little shocked, and I would be like, what, and it's shame on me for that, and then irony, God gives my husband and I, we became DDD foster parents, and then we ended up adopting, and so, there's those things that happen, but we get to build bridges of understanding and seeing that there's a space and place for every single one of our students on this campus and for our community. And that's what the hub really has an opportunity to be. So that is kind of the concept of the physical space. We do know that we're losing a lot of students, and 1,000 students are adios like every year. And my personal world, the world that I kind of live in, I have a lot of parents, friends, and people that are in my other spheres that are voucher parents. And so what do they want? Well, I went and asked them, because we got to figure it out. So they told me that what they want, they're older students, they want ACT and SAT prep classes. They want access to Career Center, FAFSA, how do I do the FAFSA? They want workshops. They would pay for all of these things to have access to them. They want dual enrollment, but they don't want their students on a college campus, because when you're 15 years old, they don't want to send the kid to the student union to hang out there while they're waiting for their class, and you've got all of these college-age students. So that is a concern. So they would like to do dual enrollment with our school. However, homeschool parents don't operate on the 5-day-a-week 4-block schedule. They want a class like the college feel, Tuesdays and Thursdays, or just Tuesdays, and they'll do their homework on whatever it is. So we would need to work through some of our retirees, some of our part-time teachers, offering these different components to our co-ops, our homeschool parents. These are some options that they are asking for. A huge one was driver's ed, because they get an insurance break, so they want to go ahead and get that $300 they'll pay, because they're going to save a whole lot. when they have that driver's ed, so the behind the wheel, they would love to pay for because it's a lot cheaper than driving school. They would like to participate in athletics. I know this because PFA doesn't really have them. This is a little outside of my wheelhouse at the minute because this is, like a week's turnaround. But they would like athletics. They would like visual arts and performing arts, and not necessarily through the city and not at night all the time, but they could be. And then we also just really are looking at just an overall, how can we leverage bringing them in? And so with this, and speaking to Mr. Olabaria, he has a big sphere of people that are also in the homeschool world, and he said they do sports and PE at Rio Vista with all of the other kids in the middle of the day. Wait, come over here, and they're trying to do that. We have a campus that we do need food service, but we don't need the entire space all day. So we could be really intentional about renting that out to homeschool groups, to faith schools, to private schools that don't have gyms, and being able to really use that as a rental income that's a little more flexible than our other elementary schools and certainly our high schools. So that would be an option to, again, leverage some dollars to come in throughout our day, the days that are there. So all of this is super great. It can be, with some strategy. But we do have some barriers, and so I'm wrapping up now. But the real piece is that we do have some work to do. I have been on a campus with the SRO my entire years, and I've had to use them quite a bit. And so that is something we really need to look at. When we go to this campus, we'll need a full-time security. I currently have a part-time maintenance, part-time security who will not be traveling with us. So we'll need to look at those things. School nurse and health, my students over my 12 years have really transitioned from behaviors to a more medically needed population. So a lot of them take a lot of more medications and have some things that they just require medications for on a more regular basis. And so while I didn't used to need a nurse all the time, it is there, it's present, and it seems to be growing. And certainly with our works program, they would need those services there all day, every day, because they're working with seizures and G-tubes and things like that. Food services, we'll have to do that. A couple of thoughts on that, but we'll have to work on it as a team. Transportation, of course, from all of our schools like we do now, but we share our shuttles with the Met. So now we're gonna have to add that little extra piece for our transportation. Leadership, and what I just mean by that is we were in a strip mall at 75th and Peoria, and I say we, I never actually went there. As a Centennial teacher, my kids went there, and I was like, adios. And now I see the whole other picture of it, and I don't want these kids to be at a strip mall. We have an opportunity to make it something fantastic and not siloed out where you're at a strip mall, and that's not what we want. So really looking at what does this umbrella look like, and how do we really make sure that we bridge all of these things together so that it's really purposeful and intentional. And so that would then take, of course, an org chart and a timeline, and I know they're gonna do some presentations on things and calling us all in. I hear they're already talking about furniture moves and things like that. So I'm excited to hear that, because those are the things that keep me up at night, and we wanna, I'm grabbing boxes from the shred-a-thon, so we gotta move. And that is it.
Great job, great job. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Ewing?
Wow is all I can say. That is, I love your vision. There's so many opportunities and options in there. Certainly opportunity for a lot of revenue for the alternative pathway. And I think, you almost moved me to tears. The hub, thank you so much for thinking about that. A way to honor and recognize the school that was there before them. And that's really important because we are a Peoria unified family. And so anyway, so thank you for doing that. And when I was at, Mr. Bagwell's over there in the corner, when I was at Lake Pleasant and he showed me the new building, one of the things that they put in that new building was a time capsule. And it was really cool, the kids did that. And so when I saw that, my first thought was, we need to make sure we do that, something similar to that with Kachina and Pioneer, and maybe even bringing that over to the new schools and that type of thing. So this is a great thought. So I just want to say thank you so much for that. because as we're talking about this, there's just a lot of really great, exciting opportunities, but we also have to remember that there's the grief, as you mentioned too, with that. I love all of these ideas. You know, my daughter was over at the Works program, and I've come to the Works program. It's an amazing program, and I'd love to see how we could take these programs that folks don't always know about, and how, if we did put it all under one roof and really intertwine them, that there's just so many great opportunities for our students, and then I think it's a really great way for Peoria to showcase what we do and what we can do. So I haven't asked you a single question. I'm going to let my other board members ask some questions. I know I have a few, but I'll let them answer first. So thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
Well, first and foremost, like, you had 5 seconds notice to do this, and it was spring break. So I know that you spent a lot of your spring break putting together this incredible presentation, even with concept drawings. I mean, it really does help us to envision the future of what potentially could be held on this campus. I think that when we talk about meeting the challenges of tomorrow, I think the diversity within our learners, with what, not just with neurodiversity, but also with what parents expect and what they want, and choice in education, we have to do these things. Like, if we're going to keep our promise to do every student every day, these programs need to expand, and they need to expand in a big way. Because if they don't, we're liars. We cannot reach that promise. So as a board member, I'm always going to say, like, is it financially viable? Yes, it's financially viable. It actually makes money, and the potential, just with what you've been able to do in that half of Old Main, you know, my heart forever is with PFA. Unity Day is one of my favorite district events ever. The thought of PFA, and with you being able to spread your wings and actually to soar to what actually is possible, is one of the most inspirational things I think I've seen up on the dais in a very long time. And more than that, it has heart. And I think that's something in our world that we need a lot more of. Being able to provide this for our community, for all different kinds of learners, for the variety of programs, and, you know, I'll jump the gun, but we have to have eCampus to be able to provide for our students, and there has to be a place to house this and do it in a meaningful way that is creating the kind of culture that we want to perpetuate throughout our community. This presentation was incredible. I think for me, it very much aligns with what I see and what I think our community needs to be able to move forward of meeting the needs of education currently, but obviously in the future. So I think they're actually, speaking callously, I think the revenue potential with this is, I mean, extremely significant. Like, I think we don't even understand how much this could be a model that then is perpetuated out. And I love what you said about the junior high playing into Cactus. You're absolutely correct. Being able to put those students in a position and being able to capture people's hearts and capture the junior high hearts when they need it the most. That's the time when people can fall between the cracks. And it is about education again. It's not about college degrees even. What it is about is giving people the tools they need to live a meaningful life and to participate in society and have meaningful interactions and have a life that they choose with options. And so, I mean, you know, 2 thumbs way up. I absolutely am in support of every bit of this. And just thank you. Thank you for your heart. Thank you for what you've poured into PFA over the past 12 years, for being willing to just create this and for having the vision and the heart to see a future like this for our students.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments? Try to remember, it's also 8:13. So if we want to make that midnight goal.
I will say I don't care about that right now, because you just put a freaking presentation together that, number one, you didn't have to. I really don't know what to say other than thank you for bringing to me something that not only where we were, where we're going, but very rarely do we see someone with vision, where are we headed? And that, I'm thinking of the nest when I think of that. Like, wow, I love how you think. I wish I had more hours in my day to be able to volunteer, to be totally honest. But I'm going to say, spearhead off of what Ms. Prophet said, this is a, all of these programs are so needed. The reason I asked the question about Deer Valley and Desert, I wasn't sure about this school, but I know that they've had to close some programs. I mean, we would be, first of all, butts in seats. That's how we get paid. That's how we sustain schools. It is not M&O. It is not bonds. It is not. And I'll go toe-to-toe with that. It was never meant to be that. And at the same time, where are we headed as a society, and even in our nation for that matter, there's so much I want to say, but I'm not going to say all of that. I thank you for putting this presentation together. When I was in the district, knowing part of the Works program, I wasn't called that then, I don't think, but anyway, I used to literally have those students make plaques when I'd go out in the community to get chicken for the football players, and then give them, you know, that ability to, okay, they made it, and that's part of our school, right? And to this day, I know that there's plaques in offices in some of our grocery stores from those programs, right? I love the thinking outside the box, and I, you know, could jump up and down for that. These are programs that we need. Not only do we need, we're headed that way for sure in our area, meaning demographics. Knowing that other districts don't have those programs, and knowing our students are not the same population that they were 10 years ago. Like, that's a no-brainer. I won't go down rabbit holes because I really want to. Lake Pleasant, I have to just say this, the capsules, I have one there because I was the first staff there. So I have to just say that, love that idea. Maybe for new beginnings.
We have one in Old Main, but we're not telling where it's at. It's just gonna be found someday. So
Yeah. I don't even remember what I put in mine, to be honest. But yeah, I was part of that.
On the scavenger hunt, but you can't legally. OSHA will not let you.
And the hub, and coinciding with that, it's very important. I know I'm preaching to the choir. It's very important to, you know, first of all, life is about healthy risks. It really is. Maybe some take more than others. I don't know, but we're not going to ever know unless we try, right? Or try and fail. You know, let's be, you know, transparent. But I do know that behavior schools, ACEs being one of them, and I was a behavior specialist, so I would take kids over there, and I had teacher friends over there, yada yada. But I know behavior being an issue across our nation, right? That sense of community. I don't know if ACES still does this. I can't imagine they don't. They would give them a tile, like some of you already know where I'm going with that. Each student, who are you? And you will permanently be part of this campus. So they used to put them up on the walls. That is huge for behavior, huge to that sense of community. So the hub, freaking amazing. The strip mall, I just have to say this, my husband and I moved to Peoria to Pioneer Church. I know what it's like to be in a strip mall as a church, and it's not looked at as a church. I think the excellence that you guys have, I want to run with, support, and because of where I work, I see a great potential to grow excellence and the uniqueness in who we are. As a district, your programs, don't let anybody detour you, because I know there's a lot of, you know, shiny pennies out there that seem to be making a lot of money and have a lot of students, but I almost said a word I would not say up here. They're not great. They're not great at all. They're not what our students need. They're not what a population of anxiety alone. They don't need to be isolated in their you know, home, wherever they are. Anyway, I don't want to go on and on about that, but thank you. This has been jaw-dropping, mic dropping, I think that's what she said. I think I've covered everything. I do have one question, and you don't have to answer this question because I know we have other presentations, but have you guys been able to meet as a group?
Not at this time, but I know that will be coming.
And then, maybe this is overstepping, but you guys are kind of on the same page of having all them on one campus, or you haven't had that chance to ask?
I've only talked to everybody in silos, sorry, because
Oh,
I just
yeah,
reached
and
out,
I get
so
it.
I don't know.
You're busy.
but, yeah.
Well, 6 kids. Yeah.
They're gone now, so
Oh.
no. That's how I got to do a presentation.
Yeah, just thank you. Thank you. And whatever, myself as a board member, I want to be part of this process. I want to help with this. I see so much potential here. So, thank you.
Mr. Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
I know we talked before spring break, and we went over a little bit about this, and I just want to say thanks for saying yes. Being open to this, presenting this, being vulnerable when it comes to, this is your idea. I mean, you've had this, you and your team for 12 years now in its current form. And, you and your team have embodied Peoria Flex. You guys have been through different campuses. You guys have, transitioned, with the tides. And so hopefully the fifth and final place is the place for you. And I think that you're the right person to start that seed of what it could be. So thank you for saying yes. I'm not going to, double down on everything else that was said. What can we do to remove roadblocks to make this? I mean, even if we had half of what you presented of potentiality, even half would be a success. So how can we remove roadblocks for you? And how can we support the future of this is really all we really need to know. Because you have a plan, you have a vision. I know we need to collaborate, with some of these other groups that support this type of environment. But I do like the umbrella analogy, and I like the ability to provide so many different services in one spot. And so please share with us whatever else we can do to remove some of these roadblocks to make it a good transition and a solid we have a saying in my tradition that says, let the old become new and let the new become holy. And I think that what you've described has a lot of that same echoes of what it means to start something like this over again. Right. So
Thank you.
That's all I have.
So I was just going to try to make a suggestion to help hopefully move one of those roadblocks is if you haven't met as a group yet, I would love to have that opportunity for you guys to meet as a group and partner with our superintendent, Dr. Casey Summers, and our associate to the superintendent, Dr. Ryan Leducer. I think that this needs to happen. You guys need to be able to, as groups, collaborate to work together to make this come true.
President Rooks, I would add Dr. Hernandez in that with all things academics in that group. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. I think, I think it would be great to have the entire cabinet so that they can help support what questions, what things, what are the roadblocks that can be moved so that we can move this forward. Because I'm very excited to see what you do with this. I think this is great. I also loved the Pioneer Plaza. I liked that name so that there's still something there for the history of Pioneer Elementary. So thank you for adding that part too. But yeah, if that's something that meeting needs to take place, if we need to put it on a future request to vote on to get that moving, happy to do that at the end of the meeting. So whatever you need from us, just let us know.
Thank you. And I know that will be happening for sure. So there's steps that have to happen. I'm excited to potentially work with new friends from the works and continue collaborating a bit with Jeff Fryer, and then just gratitude for my team and my AI guy. So thank you. And I appreciate you, pushing me to come and do this this evening and allowing me to share. So thank you.
President Ricks, if I may. Sorry, I'm doing that all night.
It's fine. Go ahead.
What I found out today, and I'm not sure the board knows this, but Dr. Hernandez actually used to be part of a district that did an eCampus type model. So I'm glad that Ms. Ewing brought that up for her to be there and collaborate. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Ms.
you.
Jacobs. Moving on to next discussion item 6.3, eCampus presentation. We have Mr. Fryer, welcome.
Hi, next time I don't want to follow Sybil if that's possible. President Rooks, Clerk Proudfit, Board, Cabinet guests, thank you for affording me the opportunity to come talk today about eCampus and what we offer, what we do. My presentation is going to be a little bit more concise. I'm going to try to stay focused on what you spoke about, Mr. Tobey, about sustainability and how we can move eCampus forward and, to use your words, expand it, because I think that the opportunity is ripe for the picking. It's going to take some vision building and some commitment that we have to think a little differently, like we talked about the last time I was up here, but I absolutely think it's attainable. I'd like to start by just talking a little bit to provide some awareness. Let's talk about exposure and teaching what eCampus is and what it offers, and I appreciate being able to start in this room with that. So eCampus operates really as one school, and I'm constantly correcting the language of program away from that, just like Sybil said as well. We're a school, not a program, and we do offer two distinct models. So our high school program, which has been in existence for decades, was one of, if not the first, state-accredited virtual school under the TABI program. And then our K-8 program that was born from COVID. And then last year, we went through the AOI process to remove that provisional status off of it, probationary status off of it, so it's no longer under that category. So we are one school, one CTDS number, but we operate with two separate models. Our K-8 program is live synchronous instruction with our teachers. The students come in, 8 o'clock, turn on their computers, hit that button, and there's their teacher, there's their classmates, and they're operating in a fairly traditional school format. They go through their subject areas, they have specials, art, music, PE, TLC if they're junior high students, and they have RTI, and they have lunch breaks, and we make sure and build in breaks because they're small and they can't spend 8 hours staring at a screen. That's not fair to kids. So that's how that elementary model operates. The high school model is definitely different. That's a more asynchronous model. They operate on like a weekly rotation where students come in, they're given the assignments. It's still taught by Peoria teachers, which is, I think, one of our major strengths, following the Peoria adopted curriculum, but they are not live with teachers. But my teachers absolutely meet live with our students on a constant basis. They're monitoring, they're offering feedback, they're providing resources, and then they're opening their door to our students to say, if you need help, you just call me. We'll schedule a time, we'll meet on a Teams meeting so I can help clarify whatever is confusing you and holding you up in this. So they may not be live, but they are absolutely connected with our kids. I think another strength we have is we offer flexibility, but we don't sacrifice the quality of instruction in our classrooms. When we talk about flexibility for K-8, it's not obviously as flexible as the high school model because they're not given a week to kind of go in at their time. But there is kind of sometimes, I think, a misunderstanding that you have to be on at 8 o'clock until 3 o'clock or you're not there. That's what we encourage families to do when they come in and they sit down in orientation with me, because that's when the teacher's there. That's when the class is there. That's when they have the opportunity to talk. But the reality is we have kids that come to eCampus for a vast array of reasons. And some of those preclude them from being available in that moment live with that teacher. They may have therapy every Thursday at noon and they're not going to be there. And that's why they can't really function at their school effectively. They may be in a situation where every afternoon they cannot attend live classes. So all of our classes are recorded, and families can go in at the time that they choose, watch the recordings, complete the work in our LMS, post the assignments, track their time, because that's how we get our minutes in, that's how we account for the attendance and the ADM, so we know that they're there. And they still got the instruction. They still got to be in alignment, so the next day or the next time they log into that class, they're right where that class is. So is it as flexible as the high school model? No. But is there absolutely the opportunity to do it? Yes. We've had students that never attended a live class. Because of their situation, they came in, their live class happened at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when their parents came home, and that's when they logged in, they watched the recordings, they did the work, very successful. So that flexibility is absolutely there. I think one of the big things that's also lost is that we in Peoria offer something that most schools and districts don't do. Our classes are taught by certified Peoria teachers. We don't outsource that. We don't find that when my teachers aren't just good classroom teachers, they're good online classroom teachers, and that is a different skill set. I think when I talk to families when they come in and want to talk to me about that, and their experience with online learning wasn't wonderful. It's what we threw together very quickly because we didn't have a lot of time to do it right. So I tell them all over and over again, really the silver lining out of that is we got exposed to all the teachers in our district and how they did this. And then we got to take and keep the really good ones out of that. And that's who it is. Our teacher turnover is fantastic. It doesn't exist. I've been at eCampus for 3 years. We don't have teacher turnover. And that's awesome because they're really good at their jobs. We do offer special education services to our students. We have a special education teacher, a speech teacher, a psychologist, an OT, and a PT. We share those positions mostly with other schools because obviously we don't have a caseload to substantiate a whole one, but those are services that we don't sacrifice or turn people away from because that's what they need. My goal is to open those doors and try to be a resource to our students and our families. I get a lot of phone calls going, hey, Jeff, I've got this really interesting situation. I'm like, absolutely, let's go. That's who we are, is we want to create opportunities and ways so kids can still access learning. And unique situations is what we are. I think another thing that is a big highlight for eCampus and for Peoria, and it's a credit to what happened before I got here, is that we're a district school, not a vendor program. So I'm in an AOI consortium with, that means every quarter I sit down with all the other districts in an AOI and we just hash out, hey, what's going on here? What are you doing? What's your problems? And every time I go into that meeting, I learn a ton because you get to see how all these other districts are operating. But almost all, and I hesitate to say all because maybe I haven't heard one, but almost all of them, that's what they're doing, is they're buying a vendor program, plugging it in and saying, go. And then their teachers monitor that. Well, the problem with that is you sacrifice rigor when you're doing that. Peoria doesn't do that. Our classes are our adopted curriculum, taught by our teachers with our scope and sequence. That was intentional, and it was a really good decision because that means that as students transition in and maybe out of eCampus, what you hear from them all the time is, oh, I was just doing this in my class. Exactly. And that's what we want. I mean, that continuity of learning is essential for someone that's maybe moving in and around in our district. But it also means that we can have a lot of confidence, even for students who are never in Peoria, that the resources and the curriculum we're providing you is top notch. We've learned so much about the process that we go through to vet and approve a curriculum. And it would be a shame if then our online kids lost access to that, but they don't. And that's our elementary program and that's our high school program. And then I know, Ms. Bowles, you spoke last time about how vastly important it is to continue socializing our students. eCampus values that too, but we also want to respect the fact that people are online because they want to be online. So we want to provide opportunities as much and as often as we can. So our students, just like our high school students, are eligible to participate in after-school sports and after-school activities at their home school. They don't have to give those up. Our teachers plan and organize field trips for our students. We have a student council that helps build activities. And we have what we call our OWL days, where the owls, online wise learners, and They come in at least quarterly, and usually like cohorts, so like K4 one day and 5-8 one day, and they'll either come in and work at Kachina where we're housed, or they'll meet at Rio Vista, or they go to the zoo, or they go to the library, and they all get library cards, unfortunately, some of them for the first time. And it gives them a chance to work on things that they couldn't do in a virtual environment, but we're not deluding ourselves. The real purpose of that is to give them an opportunity to socialize and connect with these people that they're with all the time, but we value the opportunity for them to see and interact with them in that space. So that's a little summary of I think, how we're different, and if I'm gonna brag, how we're better than a lot of the virtual offerings that exist outside of Peoria. But then we have to speak to the reality of some of the concerns, right? And I think when we talk about enrollment, it's not all gonna be sunshine and rainbows right now. But again, I'm gonna speak to to me, we're in the infancy of what eCampus can be. So if you look at our enrollment, and eliminating the year of COVID, because of course our numbers were gonna be higher the year of COVID, we realistically have been fairly steady in our enrollment. The year 2022-23, that was the year after. Families were still kind of toying with where they wanted to be. But ever since then, it's sat fairly steady at the number that it's at. Am I okay with that number? Absolutely not. I think that's an opportunity. And in my head, I'm like, we were growing roots, right? We were developing a strong foundation, so we have an opportunity now to expand that. So let's talk a little bit more about sustainability and cost. Now, like I heard you say, math wasn't my strength. So I did speak to Ms. Rodriguez and make sure that my numbers here were not colossally wrong. And I appreciate her expertise as always, because I went through this and it was like, I don't know. So it's going to be a little simplified, because I'm not going to tell you something you don't know. School finance is incredibly complex. But I'm also, in my head, going to lean on what I really think is the cost of eCampus is our salaries. Our overhead is insignificant. I mean, my teachers, my entire K-8 program operates in 3 classrooms. We don't have a lot of curriculum we pass out. The utilities and the limited space we operate under, there just isn't a lot of it. The predominant cost to eCampus is our teachers. So if I want to sit there and say, I've heard that question a couple times, well, how many students do we need to be that? And we understand that the money's not the bottom line, the kids are the bottom line. But we also want to explore that and go, what's our goal? How do we get there? So I just did some very simple math. I went, okay, if the cost of a teacher with benefits is about $75,000, then let's talk about how many kids we need to reach that threshold. So that means my K-4 teachers there's 4 of them, they're costing about $300,000. My 5-8, $375,000, there's 1 extra. And then considering our current enrollment, our K-4 enrollment currently is at 24, our 5-8's at 46. Actually, it's grown a little bit. We've had 7 kids in the last 3 days, I think. And then consider the base funding. Base funding's tricky to get a hold of too, right? So there's a lot of things that go into that. The number I used was the bare minimum amount we're going to receive for a student. AOIs receive 95% of the ADM for students, but that doesn't include any of the factors like special education and all the different factors that go into that. I stuck with the lowest possible denominator, so $4,857.58. Then it was simple math. Then it's math I can do. Then it's, how many kids do I need to reach 300,000? To make that line equal, I need 62 students. So for that K-4 threshold. Currently, I'm 38 students short on that. For my 5-8, which is 375, we would need 77 students for that base funding to equal that. Currently, we're 31 short. Put it all together, we need 139 students to reach that threshold for the K-8 program. Currently, we're 69 students short. I think 69 students is a piece of cake to get in. I think it's just the beginning, the tip of the iceberg for what eCampus can do. But we're going to have to do things a little differently if we're going to get there. So I'd like to talk a little bit about how we can do that. I think about eCampus, and when I first got here, I mean, I've been in the district now, this is my 17th year. I learned about eCampus when my son started in eCampus, and kind of watched him and asked a lot of questions. And then when I moved into an administrative role, I knew I sent students to eCampus because the parents wanted an alternative option, so I had to learn more about it. But I also knew a lot of people didn't know about it. I barely knew about it, and I'd been in the district forever. And so my first start was we need to educate internally what we do so we can recapture students that may be leaving because they don't even know that this is an option for them. So how can we contain and recapture enrollment and educate internally our community and our schools so that isn't something that happens? And even just going back, 70 students, 69 students, 70 students, if we lose 1,000 kids a year, which I know has been the projections, you're talking 7%. I only need to recapture 7% of those families. To me, that's attainable easily, and that's not even including the people outside of our district. So I think little things we can do, and this is just preliminary stuff, put banners up at our schools, right? They're $30 a piece. I have them at Kachina. It's just, I mean, the whole purpose is just exposure, right? Cheap, easy, people go by and go, what's eCampus? And the more I can make that part of the vernacular and their thought process, then they think, I didn't even know that existed. I think a critical piece is we train our office staff. That way when families are coming through and they're withdrawing, before they just say, okay, they fill out the form, they say goodbye, we're gonna miss you, they also say, hey, did you know eCampus is an option? I just wanted to make sure you were aware of it. They can speak a little bit about it, and then they can just guide them to our website, to our office, and we will teach. But there's an opportunity there to stop a family from ever leaving if they knew this was an option. And I know that happens. I've had families come in and had bad experiences, I won't say where, and throw, schools under the bus, and they come in and they say, I wish we'd known about you sooner. And so I think that exists. I think we can, on our end, bolster our social media presence and improve our website, provide more live webinars, Q&A opportunities. And then I think, like what Ms. Jacobs said, I think what we really do is we just continue doing a good job educating students. Word of mouth has a lot of power. And when our kids do well and our families are happy with how they're proceeding, excuse me, then they tell other families, and those families come in. So that word of mouth is incredibly powerful, but that means sustaining the reputation that we currently have and continue doing a good job. On the external side of things, that's the elephant in the room. I think eCampus has a humongous opportunity to recapture kids outside of Peoria. I don't have boundaries. I don't have open enrollment. And any kid in Arizona can sign up and take school with me. What you need is a laptop and Wi-Fi, and I'll give you both of them if I have to. I will always give you a laptop because that's all you need to access learning with us. I have students in Buckeye, I have students in Wickenburg, I have students in Scottsdale, and I think the opportunity to do that and get that out, especially when we're watching programs like Deer Valley and Dysart lose their K-5, K-6 programs, those families are looking for somewhere to go, but they're probably not coming here because they didn't know that was an option. Now, I'm blessed to have worked really closely with the Deer Valley team, so they kind of guided their kids to eCampus when that stopped, but I think the opportunity is there. I have some preliminary thoughts about how we could do that, bulletin boards, print media, theater ads, but realistically, I think we need to lean on our excellent public relations team. And how do we create a targeted strategic plan to reach out and get families that they may not have an adequate online option, or they're just looking for something, and how do they find us before they find something else that honestly is not as good? So I think that's the biggest and most important thing we do is reach out outside of the Peoria borders and pull in some of these families, these homeschool families that, I mean, I think it's a perfect storm. You've got families, parents who want to homeschool their kids, but they may be comfortable teaching their 4th, 5th, 6th grader, but they're not comfortable teaching their 5-year-old how to read. We'll do it. And full transparency, you can listen into the entire lesson all day long. So I think we can do this, but we need to get that voice out there a little bit. And then touching on one last thing that also kind of attaches to the sustainability, but also just another topic that I heard come up was what other models of learning can we do? Potentially moving our 5-8 to an asynchronous model. I want to stress whatever we decide to do as a program, we can do that, right? There's opportunities to kind of restructure and make our program better, for lack of a better term. I think right now we're operating K-8 full synchronous, and I think there's real strength and power in that. But I also think there's opportunities for other things. And it could be a hybrid model. We could operate K-4 synchronous or K-3 synchronous, 4-5 hybrid, 6-8 asynchronous. We can divide it really whatever we think is going to be the best model for students and their learning. But no matter which way we decide to go, there's definitely some considerations in that. When we're talking about asynchronous work, we're talking about developing courses. That's a monumental lift. I know that because we do it with our high schools all the time. So if you're going to build a 4th grade, you need to build an asynchronous ELA, math, science, social studies, maybe specials for a year long. It can be done. I know we have the people in the building that can do that, but it's going to take time and commitment to do that. Those courses are going to have to be vetted and approved by our curriculum department to make sure they're in alignment. Alternatively, we can deviate from that. We can buy a vendor program. It'd be very quick, plug it in, and like every district around us, that's how they're operating. They've FlexPoint and Edgenuity. They bring these programs in. Those are obviously just small examples of ones I know AOIs are using. They put them in, and then we don't sacrifice the teachers in that. We still need to make sure we have some way for our teachers to reach our students. So what does that model look like? I think that's a consideration we need to think through too of, do we have full-time teachers that are monitoring multiple grade levels? Do we have teachers working under stipend positions that are then handling by grade level in addition to their coursework? So, but I think that's a little cart before the horse, because before we can talk about what that teacher model may look like, we'd have to determine what the classroom model looks like. And just on that last piece, like I just said, we went through the AOA process. We got it all vetted and approved by the state, but the way we got it approved was the way we're currently operating. If we're going to make sweeping changes to that AOI, we'd have to go back to the state and let them know what those changes are and get that approved by the state board. We had zero problems getting them approved. They were incredibly complimentary of eCampus, and so I think that's, it's not so much an obstacle, it's just time that we have to take into account as we're trying to get this through. So if we're thinking about a 5-8 model asynchronous or any grade level model asynchronous, it really comes down to how are we going to develop the courses, and then how are we going to get it approved and vetted so then it's ready to roll out. That's, I think that's at the core of who we are. I think we have an excellent opportunity right now. I know that we're seeing other school districts abandon these programs, and I think I said this the last time I came up here. I think that when you see these other schools abandoning their K-5 programs, you can look at that as validation to do the same thing. I think you can also look at it as opportunity to pull in kids that were looking for something else, and now they don't have a direction to go. And the direction they're choosing may not be eCampus, and I promise you, what they're getting out there is not as high a level as what we provide for our students. And I'm sure if we blast that from the rafters, and then they come in and see it happening in place, we're going to generate enrollment. 69 students, I think, is incredibly conservative. I think we can exceed that number in leaps and bounds, but it's not going to happen overnight, and it's not going to happen without a strategy to get there. So that's what I have to offer, and of course, I stand for any questions that I can.
Thank you. So we don't have any public comment on this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you, President Rooks. Okay, so a couple things when you talk about the teaching model. So just to go back to that kind of thinking. So when I think about, because we had the unfortunate of being online during COVID, right? But then there was a lot to learn because a lot of new models were tried out across a lot of schools. So one of the things that during COVID, having kindergartners online was, every single teacher I talked to, they were like, this does not work well. I know that the part of it was because of the curriculum that we had at the time during COVID. But how do you answer that question of especially even to our community members, how do you do an online program with that K through 4 students?
So K4 requires less time than the rest of the grade levels. So if you look at the state law, kindergarten requires, I want to say it's 10 hours a week. First and second grade, maybe third grade, require 20 hours. So currently, our kindergarten is combined with K1. And so when we're doing that, we don't ask our kindergartners to be on for 8 straight hours. We have our kindergarten section. And often what we do is we start our day. We have an incredibly gifted teacher, first of all, because anytime you're combining grades, that's a difficult, thank you, that's a difficult task. She's awesome at it. But I think it starts with making sure you understand it's not about sitting in front of that screen for 8 hours. You have to be engaging. You have to be a little bit of it's a little theater to get them, and you have to get them to be reciprocal in that. It has to be a back and forth. So they will spend short snippets of time and then take a break, and I'm going to rotate over to the first grade, and then we'll come back in 30 minutes and reconnect. And so it's back and forth. It's not 8 hours with a 5-minute break between content, like sections. It's not like that for my junior high either, but I think it takes a special kind of teacher to keep a 5-year-old paying attention on a computer. I also don't presume to think it's appropriate for every 5-year-old, right? But is it appropriate for some, or is that the choice some families want? Absolutely. And so we want to respect that, but we also want to go into the reality of we can't ask your kid to sit in front of a screen for 8 hours. So even if we were not divided in, even if we weren't combined in K1, we would be doing it in a more, here's the instruction, take a long break, come back. I'll meet you back at 10 o'clock. We'll go through our foundations together. After lunch, we're going to come back and do math. That's where I think our program can adapt and evolve a little bit and go, how can we manage being synchronous while giving some time and honoring the fact that the attention isn't there for a 5, 6, 7-year-old to stare at a screen for 7 hours. This just isn't. Yeah.
You're right, because that was part of the big problem that happened.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. So, and so that type of model sounds like, especially for our younger kiddos, that requires that you have a supportive adult and parent helping them to keep the attention and so forth. So I'm just a little bit curious if you know much about those families. Are they certainly they have us to help with the curriculum, but then are they? Do you know, are they able to then continue to provide additional instruction outside of that, or do you know anything about those particular families that choose that option? Because I know particularly when you look at the numbers, that age group, we don't capture a lot. And so I'm curious where, and I think that when you have families in this, eCampus area, when you go to, even though Miss Area, she's amazing what she does with her marketing, she's got plenty of awards behind her, but it's difficult to figure out where are those families that are looking for something like this, because I don't think they're in all of those traditional spaces. So even though the things that you mentioned on where we can advertise and stuff, I think it's first figuring out where are these families, and then how do you get that space? So maybe that's, I don't know who wants to answer that.
Absolutely.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, thank you for that question. And I'm sorry, board members, I can't see all of you. I'm a little short over here, but I don't want to move because it will mess up our camera angles for Mr. Alexander. But thank you for that question, Mrs. Ewing. And Mr. Fryer and I have had some conversations regarding marketing, and I think that would be the absolute first step in the process of putting together a more comprehensive plan, is doing some research, and that would start exactly with our current families. And talk to us a little bit about how you found this program, why you're selecting this program. Did you explore other programs? What did that research look like for you as a family? What stood out about this particular program? And we've had some of those conversations over the years as we have known there may be some adjustments or changes with eCampus. We knew there were some discussions around the model and the offering. And with some of these conversations the governing board is now having and maybe solidifying on what it is that makes it unique and special, what it is that we might be running toward with an expanded model or a vision, that will then help us to develop, using that research, some of the messaging that we will use to kind of expand our marketing. And so I would really look forward to partnering with Mr. Fryer on what that might look like. And that's both with eCampus and a lot of what you heard Mrs. Jacob talk about as well, and what could be with what may come, with future space. That gives an additional opportunity. The other thing I wanted to note is any energy around this. I'm loving hearing maybe some revisiting of the marketing budget, which might be what I'm hearing with a couple of these presentations. So I will add that little nod in there. But Mrs. Ewing, just not to get us too far off of the agenda item, I think some of those strategies really are focused digitally to tie into that, because we know that that's where a lot of that research is taking place, especially by this particular audience. So some targeted digital marketing, investing a little bit more in maybe some SEO or that search engine optimization would be really key strategy. And certainly don't want to give away the farm for any competition that might be listed, but just to say, would really look forward to unpacking that a little bit more and solidifying our what first before we go out and share that and expand that marketing plan.
Thank you for all of that. So the other thing that you talked about is, you talked a little about the asynchronous, and it would take a while to build that. One of the things that I would want to be careful of, because you said it in the very beginning of the conversation, is when we have families that come to eCampus, we can say, Peoria Unified, it's an entire family. We set a high bar and high rigor for this, and so you have that guarantee of the teachers. And I think it's really important that that curriculum is the same for eCampus. So I would be concerned about, and I'll ask another question with regards to asynchronous, but I would be. I think that we have such great resources to help with professional development or curriculum coaches, or to be able to, I would be concerned if we moved completely to the asynchronous, that some of those supports we wouldn't have, and it'd be building out a whole nother program, and that, I don't know that we could say that we have the same high rigor in our other areas. So that's just would be a concern, and but I also know that was a big, huge complaint during COVID when they went to asynchronous. Now, maybe that was more the numbers that were in the classroom, is the teacher said it was so difficult and challenging to teach in that asynchronous model. Now, maybe that's because there was 35 some students, huh? Oh, I meant synchronous.
I knew I had you.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, the synchronous model, so when it was, you had some students in person and then some students online. that was really, really challenging. And I think we would want to, so that's where I was concerned.
Yeah, President
Oh.
Rhodes, Ms. Ewing, I agree with you. I think there's value in all models.
Yes.
And I think our high school is a good example of how we can sustain our curriculum without sacrificing it while still offering that asynchronous model. But for the elementary, that hasn't been explored. And I do think it's an option and a road we can go down. We haven't as of yet because we've been kind of steadfast in we're going to be an asynchronous model for our kids. And I think there's real value in that too. So I think when you talk to the other AOIs and how they're building their schools, you're seeing like a whole jigsaw of this and it evolving in different ways in different places. And so I think we just need to establish our identity, and then that becomes what we stand our ground on and what we get to brag about. So I agree with you.
Yeah, and then the last thing that I had, you mentioned the number of students to bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? 69 students. Does that mean that you think that this fall you would be able to bring in 69 students? What's the timeline?
I think it's going to determine how aggressively we are able to market and expose eCampus to the community. If you look historically at our numbers, I would say that's not optimistic unless we are going to do something differently. And so.
And so then, yeah, because then you would want to get those numbers to then help offset costs of all of the marketing and so forth. And then when you said on the last slide, developing an asynchronous or hybrid model for the K-858, that takes time because you have to go through the ADE for that, for the AOI. What would be, just so that we have a vision as because we're looking at the entire district, right? So what is the time frame you think to bring something like that to vision? And Dr. Hernandez is not here to be able to answer that as well, but what do you think the time frame would be on
Sure.
that?
President Rooks, Ms. Ewing, we talked about this a little bit. Since we haven't built a asynchronous elementary, it's a little, for lack of a better term, hypothetical, right? I know my team when they heard about this, started to play with the idea of we can teach while we build, right? So we can develop and teach our courses synchronously while we're developing asynchronous courses in parallel to that. I think that's a reasonable, attainable process, but then you're talking probably a year as we go to build and teach at the same time.
And the time frame for that? Oh.
Thank you. Just to chime in behind echoing what Mr. Fryer's saying, we would anticipate that would take a full year to build out.
Yeah.
That was what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure I understood. And that's with the AOI. Okay, I think that's answered most all of my pieces, so yeah.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
During study session, we talked about this, and I brought up, well, if it's not financially viable, like, what are we doing? And so that's kind of the big question, is are we going to invest in eCampus and grow it to its potential, or are we going to close doors? Like, those are the two options. Like, the in the middle is not going to work. Now, here's the beauty of the situation. With what Ms. Jacobs proposed, with having Peoria Pathways and having a definite revenue-generating thing, if we move that under an alt-ed umbrella, we have a lot more wiggle room with having more time to build out the asynchronous model. I think it's extremely important if we're going to continue K-6 to build out that model, because I think that this is a choice in education offering. Sometimes when I sit up here, I get a little sad because I'm like, man, I've talked before, my daughter does co-enrollment with eCampus. It's changed her life. She loves it because she can move as quickly through her courses as she wants, and she's able to get a lot more of her credits done, and it's been awesome. because she's a go-getter and she's an assertive kid and she's like, how can I start my career now? Now my two boys were not quite that way. And in 2021, when we had to take our high-functioning autistic child out, if I had known this existed, it would have spared us taking ESA funds. His private school that which essentially is a hybrid model of this, was $37,000 a year. That was paid to that school. And half the teachers were not even certified. And so when we talk about being able to recapture ESA funds, having an a la carte situation, which I know we've talked about with Marcia 10, having an a la carte option for parents, you know, if I was homeschooling my kids, there's not a chance I would be teaching math past 5th grade, not a chance. And so I think there's, building that asynchronous model out, I think there's insane potential with incredible statewide, like, are you kidding me? Tucson, Yuma, like things where this does not exist, being able to provide that high caliber education. And I'm telling you as a parent who has had a kid who has been through this model with eCampus and different models. We had asynchronous during COVID with the charter school we were at. Like, I'm telling you, this is unique. Like, this is not something that the market is providing or providing well. And so if we're able to add on that a la carte option with ESA, I mean, I literally think the potential of this is, I mean, it's incredible. And because of what Sybil's proposing, again, we do have that cushion if we were to house it and have, I think this population of kids where we talk about special ed or gen ed, there is this largely growing population of children like my son with high functioning autism, with depression, with things, with all this neurodivergency that we really do not have a comprehensive solution for, and we lose those students. And when parents see what else is out there, parents want flexibility. That's one thing COVID brought us, is parents are like, man, I enjoy this flexibility. Yep. Where else is this offered? And that's something the marketplace has tapped into. So again, I think the question before us is not whether or not this program is viable. It's, are we willing to invest in this program? Is this part of our vision moving forward into the future? And again, dynamic education is what the marketplace demands. It's what our kids deserve, because to your point, Mrs. Bowles, there's 100 people providing this service in an extremely subpar way.
Right.
So our community needs this. I just think the potential with these things is so extreme. Like, this is the population we need to be leaning into. This is the revenue generating. This is leaning into school choice. This is everything I think we as a board have been talking about. And so I'm really excited to see where eCampus can go. And, you know, Miss Airy has 1,000,001 ideas and could blow this up. She just hasn't had the opportunity to, because we as a board haven't given the direction to say, hey, we're moving forward with this and leaning into it. So when we talk about marketing, like, the students we have, we really haven't even done anything for. Okay, one suggestion I do have. Do you offer summer school classes for the 9-12 model?
We do.
Okay, because our guidance counselors refer to Ed Options, which, if you don't know, Ed Options is a asynchronous model over the summer, and it's run out of a house on 67th. But that's where I think if we could really target some marketing, even for this summer, around like, oh, I know Spanish 1 and 2 is popular summertime classes, or classes that students are really wanting to tackle over the summer, doing just a push out. If we already offer that, let's push it out. Let's make it known. Let's keep it under our umbrella, so we're not having to do co-enrollments with things outside of the district. I just know a lot of kids in my daughter's situation and even my daughter who's done Ed Options. So I mean, yes, let's keep them in the great curriculum in the certified teachers of PUSD. Like, let's keep them here and keep it moving forward. So, I mean, I as a board member, 2 thumbs up, will be advocating for it. Let's blow this program up. Let's offer the dynamic education that the marketplace is demanding. Not in a bad way blowing up, Melissa's saying. A good way. Let's
Thank you for
do
the
it in a good way. And again, I'm so excited about this alt ed umbrella of like providing not just brick and mortar, but providing an actual place within our business model to actually house these programs. Right. So, yay.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I did forget to say when the other presentation was being done, but not really, because it goes hand in hand with both programs. And that being said, when I met with Mr. Fryer, my brain was like, okay, we have these homeschool kids, we have the highest population of ESA, okay, and then you had, some of you had already addressed that, and then obviously Ms. Profit. So I have to add to that and say, between Ms. Profit and myself, we got the most votes in our ever for the board, whatever, on this last election. I say that to say this, I know, and I shared this with Mr. Fryer, circles of homeschool parents that would love to have this option. And I don't even mean, you explained it well, and maybe they don't want to teach math. Maybe I don't even know how to teach math. Maybe I can just do this with Peoria. But then there's another avenue, which was already touched on, and that is sports. We've had that up here. Well, can students in the district, or I'm sorry, in the community come in? Well, we should do that. That's the right thing to do, first off. But you're part of the district. I don't know of anybody that's doing that, to be totally honest. I'm sure there is. Not the quality we have. I know that, and I wouldn't say it if it weren't true, and that's really the God's honest truth. I happen to have looked at online programs that are like catered to this generation and even Gen Alpha, and it's really great. But the fact that we also, well, your program also has the once a month we meet, we do, we go to the, I can't remember all the places that you told me, but we meet as groups because of that community piece that every one of us need, no matter our needs, right? It's a no-brainer that this is top notch, and so to sell it is an easy thing. My brain's going a mile a minute because of both programs. So I have a couple suggestions. First off, the summer school I was going to ask about, but Ms. Prophet already did. I know you guys haven't met together, but maybe don't answer this if you don't know or what you know. I imagine you'd share SPED people on the campus, right? I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer. I know some programs will need it more.
Right, I'm sure that will be led by Ms. Burns and determining where that caseload is needed, but I absolutely anticipate that sharing personnel, especially if we're in the same campus, is an organic process.
That's where my brain went. I know you're already sharing it, but now we're all on the same campus, right? And I also, no-brainer, two programs are not going to have near the needs that the other program has. So with the nurse and SPED and other things, I see that more of a savings and not having to share two campuses. We kind of are, right? But they're on the same campus, if that makes sense. So there's that. You already touched on Dysart, Deer Valley, who have closed their programs. I don't know what they had, but I'm going to tell you for the millionth time, I've looked at these programs, some of which are really good if, you're headed toward a certain career path, but they have nothing to do with the school district. There's no community, there's no connection, and, working with students for many years with anxiety and the things that we're seeing, part of it is that reason alone. They don't know how to have community. They don't know how to have friends. So that has to be a component, and we have that. And not only do we have that, we can steer them toward, other programs because it's a school, right? And because they're part of a district. I do want part of the advertising when we get there to highlight this district in particular, overall, not just eCampus, that we have curriculum that, if Ms. Hernandez were here, I would give her an attaboy, but that took DEI out and they changed literally curriculum. I'm going to say that because I know I walked 100 plus doors a day when I campaigned. I loved it. It was amazing. People, it was amazing. It truly was. We have the highest population in our state for ESA. And one of the reasons was that reason. The other one was bathroom and other things. But to highlight what we've done in our district, we will draw some of those families as well. So then I just have one question, I think, for you, Mr. Fryer. Because you guys haven't met, I'm at kind of a disadvantage, but space, is it doable for all of you all to be on that campus?
President Rooks, Ms. Bowles, I think the answer to that is yes. I think the how has to be worked out. I took the opportunity just the other day in the afternoon after school to run over to Pioneer and kind of walk through Pioneer as well, just to get an idea of how this would work and how we could make it. The reality is we don't have a large footprint. The biggest spaces we need are computer labs because we have 1,000 high schoolers coming in to take tests all basically at the same time. So we need to find a way to get them in without intruding on another campus. But they were able to do that at Kachina. I'm sure they would be able to do that at Pioneer, but it's going to take some coordination with our team that can kind of put together what are the needs for SOAR, what are the needs for PFA, what are the needs for eCampus. Like we said, getting to the table together and going and hashing that out. But I think the short answer is it's attainable for sure.
And I mean, you guys have the brains, no doubt, to think outside the box. In the presentations you guys have, both programs presented tonight, so I appreciate that. It's a no-brainer that we need to build these programs. This quality is not out there. It's not out there. So that's all I have with that, but I'm super excited, maybe even working with our communities that voted for us, to let them know that. Our homeschool kids need to know that. Our parents need to know that. Yeah, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Toby, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fryer, for the information and putting a finer point on your campus. You know, it's not just another program, you know, it's an entire school, just like PFA and alternative education Peoria. I think what we're witnessing right now is the birth of something that's could be potentially quite the force to be reckoned with, you know, in the education space. Question for you as far as capacity when it comes to a teacher. How many students can one teacher sustain? And it might be grade dependent, but I know that we had those numbers as far as how many you need to get to kind of be a self-sustaining model, but does that also incorporate like when we need to add teachers at a certain level or a certain capacity?
Yeah, President Rooks, Mr. Toby, I think if you go back to eCampus when COVID was going on, our teachers were operating in classes of 40, 45 students in a room. I wasn't in eCampus when that was going on, but I've had conversations with those teachers because they're still here. They can operate that way, but it's not at the same level. I think one of our strengths is that we have because of our small size, our teachers know our students inside and out. They set individual learning goals for all of them. They're constantly working in small groups with them. And so I think, could we absolutely have larger class sizes and still provide that service 100%? But is there a cap? Can we just, because it's virtual, we can continue to put 50, 60 kids in that room and still provide that high level of instruction and service? I think there's a break point there. And I don't think it's all that different than what you would see at a traditional school. I think when you're sitting at, and you're not wrong, I think grade level absolutely matters. But I think when you're sitting at 35, 40 kids, that's probably your threshold before you have to start going, how is this affecting the instruction in that room? And I think that's different when we're talking kindergartners, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one thing I've learned in talking with certain site leaders and principals is that we have families coming back to our district who have homeschooled, buying a off-the-shelf product, and finding out that they may or may not align to state standards. So, like, I think when we're talking about advertising, you know, Mrs. Airy, like, these are some of the bullet points that come to mind. Like, I don't want to be a parent that takes my kids out of school and homeschools and picks the wrong product, right, and my kids are now out those credits. Like, it's not doesn't meet state standards. Yeah. So I think that we need to capitalize on those strengths there. Question about military families that move out of state. I know that we are accredited as a school within Arizona. How does it work with military families that might go TDY or leave the state for a period of time and then come back?
So President Rooks, Mr. Toby, it's a great question because I have families that currently aren't in the state but are participating in eCampus. If they're residents of Arizona, they can still participate. And so we have families that will we're going to be in Pennsylvania for the next 3 months because we had a family emergency. Do I have to withdraw? Are you holding your residency? Are you still a resident in Arizona? Yes. Then you don't have to withdraw. You do still need to participate in class and do all that stuff. And with the time zone difference, you have to think through that if you want to participate in live classes. But can you participate and be in another place? Absolutely.
And then, as far as future, I know this is getting too much into maybe the high school, but is there dual enrollment thoughts for high school credits for eCampus?
President Rooks, Mr. Truby, we offer dual enrollment for our high school, not all of them, but I want to say it's 4 of our high school courses, I think right now, our students have the option to choose if they want to do dual enrollment for those or not. We're always working in coordination with our counseling teams across the district and our high schools to kind of figure out what's the demand, what needs do you see that maybe are not something that internally at that school you can meet. So I think, not speaking necessarily to dual enrollment, but like last year we brought in ASL 1 and ASL 2. We only have 2 high schools in the district that offer that, and that was just a prime opportunity to say, here's this great thing that every school doesn't have an opportunity to provide to their kids, but some will take advantage of it. So we try to think through that lens of like, what does the school have, and then does it fit in their schedule? Are they able to do that? And then that's how we kind of figure out what classes do we need to develop, and how do we continue to do it. And dual enrollment and our co-enrollment numbers are huge, but our dual enrollment numbers continue to rise as well, because I think that's just not just eCampus. I think that's a global demand that's rising in our high school students.
Right, and the reason I asked, thank you for that clarification, because trying to see around corners, as I said last time, I foresee a need in alternative education for not just the K-6 model and then the high school asynchronous, but also the dual enrollment. Summertime, kids want to get ahead, not just high school classes, but they want to get ahead and get as many credits as possible before they go to university, right? So
absolutely,
that's the extent of my questions. Everything else has been answered already. Thank you.
Yes, that was a great presentation that you put together. So thank you. I will kind of echo up here with what everybody's been saying. This is really great layout, and my kids are on the opposite end. They didn't do well during COVID on the computers.
They're not alone.
Nope. They need to be in the classroom to pay attention more so. Yes, and so but I love this idea of what everyone's putting together and working as a team, I think is really important when we're looking at these models. So I'm very thankful that you were able to be here this evening and present. And I look forward to seeing what we can improve in getting out the message on the eCampus so that we can start bringing in more families and more students. Yes, Mrs. Ewing, do you have another question?
So 2 things, just piggybacking on Mr. Toby, you brought up military families, so maybe advertising the Luke Air Force Base, that was probably in your head.
We do that.
Those families, great. And then the other thing I was going to say, so in a K through 8, in our gen ed, well, it's not just gen ed, but in our traditional schools, K through 8, I'm not talking about eCampus, because I've said this before, that we don't really have a good system in place, that when we have families who are expressing discontent with the school for whatever reason, discontent or just that model is not working, that we don't have a really good way to capture those people. I think particularly in the K-8, and I say that because in the 9-12, we have academic counselors and stuff who were talking a little bit more to the families and the students and so forth, so you might get more referrals that way because you have a counselor that's working, but we don't have that person in the K-8, and we don't have the funding to put them all back into the schools like they used to be a long time ago. So I'm just wondering, how can we better capture those families? Because the other piece of it is we have so many different schools and models and programs and so forth that may better fit a kid over at a different school than they are in the current school that they are, but those families just don't know about it. So I know that's not really part of your presentation, but I think it's important to think about who would be that person. Is it somebody that would maybe come from the district office and do those interviews with the families and so forth? Or maybe you have some sort of answer to that. And then the second question I have is, if you have a family who is leaving, they're not really semesters, but they're leaving in the middle of a school year. So to go start at a school, they're going to be in the middle and kids will be behind, and they may not be on the same track as far as where they are in all of their learning materials and so forth. So do you tell kids that if they come to you that they can come in the middle of a semester, so it's at any time? And then do you have an assessment to be able to say, okay, this is where you were in your learning curriculum, so we need to bring you up to speed? So how does that work?
Yeah. President Rooks-Smith Ewing, it's a great question. It's a different answer for the high school than it is for the elementary. So I'm going to speak to the elementary because I think that's what you were considering. Okay, so if they're coming from a Peoria school, we go through a couple steps. The first one is we always contact their administration, sometimes that teacher, and go in and go, where's the kid at? How are they doing? What are their strengths? We ask the families, why are you coming? Because that input matters, because then that we can make sure that we're meeting that family's needs. And then when they come in for orientation, we sit down and go over, because every family that comes in K-8 sits down in our office and goes through orientation with me or one of my teachers, and we go over, like, this is how to be successful in an eCampus environment. Effectively what you would do in a meet the teacher, but because they are constantly coming in, we want to capture that opportunity for every kid that comes in. And again, that's when we get into, well, what was going well for your other school? What were you struggling with? And then often what we do is we'll take progress reports for a student and just send them to our teachers so they have an idea where their standing was. We have great resources for STAR data to be able to pull if they're an internal student and go, here's where they were successful, here's where they weren't. But I think leaning on some of the stuff we've talked about, the fact that we're in alignment with every school in the district in scope, sequence, and curriculum means if everybody's following that, and I know we are, whatever you're doing on week 16 in your math class, that's what we're doing on week 16 of your math class. And just like if a kid was transferring in from any school, if you were struggling and behind, we're going to come down and meet those needs. And I think we have a lot of opportunities to pull in breakout sessions with students and go, listen, it's because we're virtual and we don't need 8 hours of online, you're staring at us talking for 8 straight hours. We're going to teach, we're going to just release you to do some independent practice, and now I have opportunities to pull these kids in for small group instruction and support and teach that just right level for those kids. And my teachers take advantage of that multiple times every day.
Yeah, and I think that's a great, great advantage to those families that, because if they go to a completely different model, that, that's outside of our district, there's going to be gaps of information that they're going to. Yeah, so, great, thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Bowles.
Sorry, I did have it written down, and I didn't see it until just now, but first of all, your classroom model is a classroom, right? I mean, you mentioned it today. I don't know how, what you would say in explaining that, but I would like the public to know that kids are talking to each other, and that matters. It would matter to me.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Could you share that, just a little bit of that?
Yeah, I mean, we're in live Teams meetings with our classes all day long, and so it's an interactive experience. It's not a one-way communication. Our teachers aren't in there providing information and then saying go. That's when we talk about, I think where our teachers do it differently and better is they're not just good instructors, they're good online instructors. It takes a different skill set to do that. And engagement with students is literally the top of the line. We talk about what are the 2 core principles to be good instruction. It's an engagement and alignment. And at eCampus, that's part of the vernacular and things work. I mean, they're exploring on their own ways to continue to engage and pull kids in, and we have those conversations in PD all the time. How can we, what are you doing? How is that working? And so it's kind of an exciting time because so much is developing in this platform right now that there's opportunities to do. And so we're trying to just catch up with some of this stuff. But they're at the forefront of that. And if you go into our classrooms, you will see a teacher teaching and kids going into breakout sessions together and working on a project and then coming back into it together, or they're jigsawing it in that classroom together. So it's not a sit and get process at all for our classrooms.
Yeah, I just think that's super important for anyone listening or those that didn't know, because I didn't know that. The other thing I was going to say is if we could somehow, I like to combine our programs if we can, and that is we have high school media programs that are, Gen Z that could work circles around. I know myself. When it comes to social media, if we can maybe give some of the social media pieces to some of our classroom students so that they can, it's not because we use our students, it's because I want them, that's the truth. I want them to have a buy-in and say, hey, I helped create that. Again, that community piece, that's super important. So I just wanted to say that. I think that is all.
I just wanted to say one thing because I feel like this has come up. So obviously my kid in eCampus is doing co-enrollment and it's asynchronous. I will say I have more communication from eCampus and I have great communication from all. This is not a knock on the others. I'm saying, but there is extra amounts of communication that happen with eCampus. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if that's part of your model, but, and that's been consistent across the years that she's used it, is that it's like over communicating in a good way. But I never have any question where she's at with eCampus, and I don't ever have to search for the information because it's being pushed out to me like way regularly.
We have the best teachers in the district. I mean, especially our high school, they're spread out all over the high school, but it's the A tier, and we do talk about that at our meetings ahead of time, is listen, the only avenue our families and students have into you as a teacher is through communication. So be proactive, make sure that our families and our parents know what's going on in those classrooms. If there's problems, we're trying to create awareness as quick as possible, and we're responsive when there are questions and concerns. You bet.
All right, if no further questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Fryer, for being here this evening, presenting.
President Ricks, if I may, I just wanted the public to know this, and I leaned over to speak to Mr. Toby. I just need you to know that board members went out into these campuses, number one, met with some of the teachers, and invited them in the boardroom. I just want people to know that because that's really who we are as a board. So we sought out those programs to present tonight, and I just want the public to know that. Thanks.
Thank you. Just real quick, Ms. Rodriguez, does anybody need to use the restroom or? Okay, can we just give them a few minutes? Okay, okay. We'll recess for about 5 minutes. Back from our recess, we will have Mrs. Rodriguez presenting on 6.4 campus repurposing options. And we also have Dr. Summers on there as well.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests here this evening. So I just want to quickly just go through just to give an update to our community where we are with repurposing the campuses that we identified to close. So the purpose of this item is just to outline some next steps so the community knows what we're working on, and this is in our effort to be transparent. So background, the financial stabilization efforts, we all went through that, and the board did approve to close Kachina and Pioneer. So now what? Now what do we do with those buildings? So, and we know that we have some options. So let's talk about what those options might be. And when we made the decision, now the repurposing phase, and we heard some wonderful information from a couple of our schools that could potentially use one of these facilities. So that's what we were looking at first. What are district programs? What could that potential be? Preschool, early learning, special education, alternative flex learning programs, staff training, centralized services like student registration. These are just some of the things that other school districts have done with the repurposing of their buildings. So here are the options past that. So we identify district programs that we could put in one or both of the facilities. We could also partner with community groups, colleges. We could lease the buildings to bring in revenue. Or we can consider selling the property if it's no longer needed. So leasing, long-term leasing, let me just clarify, long-term leasing more than 20 years, or selling would require our voters to approve us, to give us the approval to do that. We could do some research also in the valuing for leasing. So we as stewards of public funds, we are required to lease our buildings for fair market value. Well, what is that? What does that look like for the facilities that we have in the areas that they're in? So I would recommend that the board give me direction on doing a highest and best use study, and then I could bring back some of those options and we can see what those lease prices might be like, what type of organizations we would want to put some parameters around, what type of organizations we would want in our facilities as well. So next steps would just be to request that highest and best and then present to the governing board for consideration in the future. I look forward to any direction you would like to give me.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. We do not have any public comments on this item. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments for her at this time?
Thank you, Marcy, excuse me, Ms. Rodriguez, for that presentation. So I definitely think that bringing back the highest and best use study so we can really truly understand that would be a great idea. I also think that somehow we need to be able to have a conversation with, we oftentimes refer to like what is a phase 2 or phase 3 going to look like, and that we have, certainly we have some right sizing to do across our district, but we also have, just like what Ms. Jacobs presented to us and with the eCampus, is we have some programs out there that also need to expand. And so every time we're looking at our properties and how do we best provide, how do we balance all of that? So I think certainly understanding the highest and best use study, but also being able to understand if we really want to grow some of these great programs we have out there, which can also help with capturing more enrollment, not just to have enrollment stabilization, but enrollment growth. And then how can we make sure that whatever facility, whatever we're doing with the facilities is also providing a great service to that particular community and to our larger community that they want. So I think there's a lot of conversations that need to be included in that in somehow a shortened way. But certainly the longer term planning for it, we really need to consider that. So that's really all I have to say. But I appreciate this, and Yeah, I can't imagine not going forward with what Ms. Jacobs presented to be in one of our buildings, so in the Pioneer Building. But other than that, I think it'd be great to have this other information, so thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I have no questions, and I understand what you need from us for next steps.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do not have any questions or comments, thanks.
Mr. Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
I don't have any either. I'm excited to see this future presentation on what could be the best for our district. So thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on to 6.5, first read of revised policy 4-302, leave inclusion of 11th month administration in vacation time accrual. And then we have Ms. Vicentainer presenting. Welcome.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. This evening, we are bringing forward this policy as a early step as we are trying to move towards some what we believe are some positive steps to help retain and attract administrators to the district. As I mentioned in the cover comments to this policy, several of our surrounding districts and others have taken upon themselves to provide 10 to 11 month contracts for school site administration, and whereas then with the total salary having similar amounts to what we are paying, or in some cases more. So as I know, we are not able necessarily to make large increases from a salary standpoint. We are looking for other opportunities to which bring ourselves closer in line. So we wanted to make the recommendation because we knew this was going to be one hurdle, and have the discussion about the fact that if we were going to a less than 12-month contract, currently the policy only allowed for 12-month contract employees to have vacation time. So our goal was to make the adjustment so that way if we have anyone who works less than 12 months and who falls in the administrative category, that they would qualify. So that is the language change that we have on the second page, excuse me. The other adjustment we also wanted to address was the fact that while the unused vacation time can roll into a discretionary bank, that is a long-term payout. You have to be with the district at least 10 years to qualify for that payout, which is an amazing retention tool, but we have known over the years that sometimes it takes so long to get there that people don't necessarily see that as the benefit that we believe it to be. So we would like to have the opportunity to allow our administrators that they could cash out up to 5 days per year each June as a short-term and more immediate reward for not taking the time off during the school year if they are unable to do that.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Board members, do you have any questions or comments on this first read? I don't have anything, but thank you, Ms. Vicentainer, on the presentation.
Thank you.
So we will move on to 7, action item 7.1, consideration of associate to the superintendent contract. Let's see here. It says it was supposed to be presented by Ms. Susan Siegel, but she is not here. So we have the contract listed here for everyone to view. I don't know if we can pull it up on the screen just so our audience members can see. Oh. Ms. Vicentainer, would you like to maybe speak a little bit on it? I'm so sorry. Mrs. Ewing mentioned your name. So sorry. You could have left your jacket on. It's okay. I know it's cold in here.
Thank you. The air conditioning is a little chillier than expected, which is a beautiful thing in Arizona, so I'm not complaining in any way, shape, or form. I'm just happy to have other options of coverage. So good evening, President Rooks, members of the governing board. This evening, this particular item was to recognize the additional efforts that Dr. Ledusser would be providing and supporting our organization as we move forward. This contract is specifically set up to recognize the fact that Dr. Leducer is currently a teacher within the district, and recognizing that the associate to the superintendent role was created and identified as being a temporary position. So not wanting to risk his employment, otherwise employment as a teacher with the district, should that be his choice to return or otherwise, then he has that option to do so. So it protects the underlying position, provides additional compensation for the additional work and support, and recognizes the value of those efforts.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer. So board members, if no questions or comments, I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve moving forward the contract of Dr. Leducer.
Leducer.
I always say it wrong. I'm sorry.
I
I'm so
will
sorry. I promise
second.
I'll get it right. I promise.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks, just to clarify, the motion was made by Ms. Bowles and the second by?
Ms. Proudfit.
Thank you.
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. And actually, I wanted to invite Dr. Ryan Leducer, if he would like to maybe give a little bit about himself so our community can kind of hear. I was going to open up the floor to him. And congratulations. Wherever you'd like, wherever you want to. Okay. It's a good opportunity to stretch your legs. Yes.
All right, well, thank you, governing board members and everyone for having me up here. So real quickly, I will just give a little bit more of a background of me. So I bring in over 20 years experience in public education, serving in both domestic and international settings as a teacher, coach, curriculum developer, consultant, college instructor for future educators, and administrator. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working as a federal employee in multiple roles within the Department of Defense. Among these experiences, serving military families overseas as an administrator stands out as some of the most meaningful, impactful work of my career. Athletics have also played a significant role in shaping who I am. As a former collegiate athlete and a USA team member, I have developed a deep appreciation for hard work, discipline, and teamwork. These experiences, combined with my professional background, have strongly influenced my leadership philosophy. I believe in prioritizing teamwork, fostering collaboration, and establishing clear, measurable goals. These principles serve as the foundation of my leadership, and I am excited to build upon the strong work already in place while continuing to support a culture of excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you want to have any comments? Mrs. Ewing?
I'm just going to say congratulations and happy to have you on board and looking forward to, again, talking with you more and just understanding a little bit more about your history and visions and all of that. So I appreciate you stepping up to take on this opportunity. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any comments?
I said it all before, but I just hope you're feeling as inspired as I think we all are from this meeting tonight with some of the new things that potentially could be coming.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
Just welcome. We are excited as a board. We're headed in a good direction. I do have one question.
Yes.
What we discussed about adding to that, has that been added before we voted?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Toby, do you have any comments?
Congratulations and welcome.
Congratulations. And I, said it earlier, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the things that you have a lot of visions for. So I was very impressed with your background knowledge. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Moving on to 7.2, consideration to approve of dates to be designated as furlough days for fiscal year 2027. Mrs. Vicentainer, welcome.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. Despite our best efforts during our last presentation on this item, we got a little excited and added days to the certified teacher calendar, which then ended up as not, unfortunately, then having able to meet the goals of the furlough savings. So we are back tonight to review a new proposal for you. Again, we did meet the instructional minutes under the last calendar, and partly because we had added some days. So we came back and met with the groups and were able to find that we could still find dates that would provide us with the savings, and then and as well as try to minimize the impact on instructional time. So we still tried to make sure that our 3 days that we're aiming towards will minimize the impact on instructional minutes, apply consistently as much as possible across all staffing groups, and minimize the impact on the number of paychecks affected by classified hourly staff. This was just a reminder for everyone that the impact of the 3 furlough days individually has an impact to each person of about a 1.5% to 1.7% reduction in compensation for the employees. So what we would like to do tonight then is to address some of the changes that we made recommendations for. So we will need to reduce the overall school calendar and the certified teacher calendar by 2 days total, because we had bumped it up to about 187 days and then didn't have enough furloughs that counted for it. And in addition, and part of what happened and how that came about was when we made April 23rd a work day, that actually added a day to the calendar instead of and then making a furlough day. So we are recommending to make April 23rd back the testing day, and then so we would take that extra paid holiday off the Thanksgiving break and put it back on April 23rd. And then we would need to add the additional furlough day to replace the April 23rd day. So what does this look like? So the 3 days, so administration, we met with our employee associations and our leadership teams, talked with principals, solicited a lot of feedback, worked with as well as our academic teams to make sure that, and as well as Jill Thomas and her team to make sure that all the minutes work. So we are recommending still to move forward with July 31st. That was in the first proposal and remains to be a part of this proposal this evening. This has been offset, as you may remember, with the bringing forward of the July 28th, or bringing forward a day for July 28th as a teacher work day. So there will still be 3 work days for the teachers prior to school starting. The 2 days that we are recommending bringing forward tonight is Friday, February 12th. This is parent-teacher conferences, and for elementary, and talking with our elementary leadership, they assured us that they can bring forward those dates and say that actually, in fact, in practice, most of their conferences have concluded by Thursday, and so the Friday ends up being somewhat of a teacher workday already. So this would then just be bringing that forward. We will that week it also includes was planning to be an early release, so we would need to adjust that so that we don't have as many early releases in the same week. And then Wednesday, May 12th. This does have some challenges with regards to the AP testing. We do know that, but we do believe we can have a plan to work around that so that individuals that are solely involved with that testing, we could make opportunities available for them and provide compensation if need be, but still overall maintain the majority of the savings we would have by using that day. We did make sure that all of these proposals meet the instructional minutes. Also recognizing, though, again, that it is now we are really on that cusp of if anything additional challenges happen, ACs going out, chillers, those types of things going out during the school year that would cause us to reduce time for the high schools. We could end up having to make up those minutes at the end of the year if so. We wanted to just kind of talk again about the fact that these were the reasons why we picked this date. I added this slide just so that if somebody was reading the presentation, they would have that reference material. This does allow us to keep the start date for contracts to be July 28th, which we issued contracts last week, so that would be very helpful. We did recommend removing May 21st as a contract day to reduce the total contract days to meet the 186, and then you would have the 3 furlough days on top of that. And then we will look at any of the modified Wednesdays to address those minutes questions. So from a calendar view, because I know that these are, and then also for those of you who can access the calendars online, we have the single view of the furlough calendar that's on the right. This on the left is the version that was adopted on February 18th. This is our proposed. You can see in black we have the 3 furlough days identified as July 31st, February 12th, and May 12th. There had been a lot of questions about whether or not why we wouldn't use May 21st as a furlough day. We had identified the fact that there were a lot of our staff do not work on the 21st because school is out and there are no students. So that already had a reduction. And so as we were trying to maximize the savings through a furlough option, the 21st was not brought forward as a recommendation. So right now, then our recommendation is to move forward with the 3 days as identified, and then remove May 21st as part of the certified staff so we can bring our total days to the 186, which would have then the following impact of 3 furlough days, bringing total compensation for the staff to 183. I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vicentainer. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Ewing?
Yeah, and I think you answered this, but we had an email and going back and forth and about the selection of May 12th because it does affect the AP courses for seniors taking those final exams. And is that what you were referring to, that we feel like we have some sort of workaround or so forth? Would you be able to talk about it in a very high level way for folks who are watching and listening who may not, because I know that was kind of the biggest worry and complaint and so forth. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely, President Rux, Mrs. Ewing. So May 12th is, I believe, we're anticipating it will be the ELA testing day, which I believe is one of the larger AP testing participation. The high-level plan is to identify, instead of all high schools offering or being open that day for that option, we would provide at least 3 sites for students to come, and we would staff those sites as minimally as possible, but to the level needed to adequately proctor those tests.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, board members, do you have any other further questions? Okay, with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve dates as designated furlough days as presented.
And I'll second.
So a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer.
Thank you.
Moving on to 7.3, consideration to amend and ratify the 2026-2027 school calendar. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. third time is hopefully the charm for this calendar, but this item is a follow-up to Mrs. Vicentainer's previous item. Now that we have approved furlough days, as we revisit this calendar, we do need an officially approved academic calendar. So this is your opportunity to follow that item and approve this calendar, which we will then extensively communicate to our staff and families. I stand for any questions, President Rooks.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Board members, do you have any questions or comments for the third time's the charm?
I just want to reiterate, because it always seems like no matter how many times I bring this back, people look at this and say, oh my gosh, there's no half-day Wednesdays on this. So can you just make that point again about what happens in the next process once a calendar is ratified?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, yes, thank you for bringing that up. We do go in after the official calendar is approved, and we take some time to cross-check those instructional minutes, look at our professional development opportunities, and then our educational services team identifies which dates will be those early release, as we call modified Wednesdays. We have added a footnote to the bottom of this calendar, so you'll see it there, and we'll remove that once we have the modified Wednesdays available. Thank you for that question.
All right, thank you. If no further question or comments, okay. I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve and ratify the amendments to the 2026-2027 school calendar as presented.
I will second. Oh. All right, we're staying awake here. So that was made by Mrs. Proudfit and seconded by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Mrs. Airy. We're moving on to 7.4, consideration of action regarding personnel matters, possible adoption of statement of charges, and issuance of notice of intention to dismiss Peoria Unified School District employee Haley Beck pursuant to ARS 15-539. Welcome, Mrs. Vicentiner. We also do have public comment on this line item, but go ahead and start first.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. This matter is brought forward after a significant amount of investigation and as well as the Title IX actions. And so we believe that the actions of Ms. Beck justify termination based on violations of governing board policy, as well as we believe the state statutes.
Thank you, Ms. Vicentiner. So I will call up our public comment. You will have 3 minutes. Mia?
So I just wanted to say, as a parent in the district, I'd like to say thank you to President Rooks and the board for being so transparent with this situation. I know past presidents wouldn't put anything that could be seen as controversial on the agenda, especially Sandoval, for example. And the district does a lot to try and keep things like this swept under the rug. So thank you again. We send our kids to your schools 10 months a year, 5 days a week, 7 hours a day. So as a parent, I'm glad to see that these pedophiles like Haley Beck are being held accountable as much as possible, that they're not allowed to just resign quietly to teach somewhere else and put other children at risk. She didn't have much accountability at the admin level, but the evil that she did still came to light. I know the county attorney has not pressed charges against her yet, but I am hopeful that she will be held accountable according to the law. So again, thank you for the transparency and the willingness to hold pedophiles like Haley Beck accountable. I also hope that this serves as a warning to other groomers and pedophiles that could possibly be in the district, that they will be held accountable as well. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment. Ms. Vicentiner? I am just going to read a statement that was drafted so everyone knows by our legal counsel. I am not speaking for the board, but I do know that all the board members take allegations such as those that have been made in this matter very seriously. Because of legal requirements, the process has been very lengthy. Since the district learned of the allegations against Ms. Beck, the district has worked with the Peoria Police Department, which is working with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. The district has also reported this matter to the investigation section of the Arizona Department of Education and has conducted, as required by law, a full investigation under Title IX. A copy of this statement of charges is public record once adopted with redacted per law and is available from the district. I will not read the charges out loud due to the graphic nature of some of them. I will read the following from the Title IX decision maker, which reflects the seriousness of these allegations. From paragraph N, which quotes the Title IX decision maker as follows. This power discrepancy provides another example of predatory practices that lead to any sexual conduct to be considered unwelcome. Teachers have a responsibility to educate, mentor, and guide students as they mature and grow. These positions are viewed as positions of authority and wisdom that have the responsibility to protect students and keep them safe from harm. In this case, the respondent abused the complainant's belief that she would act in his best interests. The respondent maintained her professional position and used her power to manipulate the complainant and to develop a relationship outside the professional boundaries between student and teacher, and her abuse of that power ultimately led to a sexual relationship with the student. In her text communication with the complainant, she admits fearing for her career and still providing protection benefits for the complainant, shows dichotomy of the relationship and destruction of teacher-student relationship. This power discrepancy provides another example of predatory practices that lead to any sexual conduct to be considered unwelcome. These grooming actions were by definition unwelcome. With the teacher-student relationship, the behavior is also severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer. Board members, any questions, comments? Okay.
President Ricks, if I may, I
Yes.
do have a comment. I would like to say that I am grateful that we have a board that created a policy around this exact thing before this, in the last few months. And thank you again, Ms. Vicentainer. I don't even know what to say. You work your backside off. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor. I move to adopt the statement of charges and issue a notice of intention to dismiss Peoria Unified School District employee Haley Beck pursuant to ARS 15-539.
I second.
So we have a motion made by myself and seconded by, I think that was Mr. Toby that went first. So Mr. Toby was seconded by. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
100 times yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer.
Thank you.
You will stay around for, I guess, 7.5. Consideration of action to appoint a hearing officer to hear the evidence and make a recommendation to the governing board in the matter of the termination of Haley Beck and to authorize the superintendent to select a hearing officer pursuant to statute.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, under the statutes surrounding the termination of a continuing teacher, the individual has the right, once a statement of charges has been adopted and they've been served, to request a hearing. She will have 10 days to request that hearing. What this item allows the governing board to do is to assign to allow us to choose a third party to act on your behalf and be the hearing officer. At the end of that process, if that was how we were to move forward, the hearing officer's recommendation would come back to the governing board for final decision.
Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer. Board members, any questions or comments? Okay, I move to authorize the appointment of a hearing officer in the matter of Haley Beck should she request a hearing on the previously adopted statement of charges.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself and seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer. Moving on to 7.6, consideration to amend the 2026 Governing Board meeting schedule. We have Dr. Summers here, and I believe this was also for Mrs. Bowles to kind of address with regards to her future request on our summer kind of schedule. So we were bringing that for her.
Yes, good evening again, President Ricks, governing board members. So that's exactly what this item is. We took a little bit of liberty to draft a couple of options for your consideration this evening. So I'll just summarize both options very quickly. Option A would have the meetings maintain their current schedule on Thursdays. I will note one exception to that would be May 27th. So we are offering that as a possible meeting that may not be scheduled, should you choose, in that it is a holiday week. We did add a March meeting, so that is for your consideration. Of course, as you know, you can also schedule exec sessions, study sessions, board retreats at any time you choose to. So there is that option A, and then option B is we drafted Tuesdays instead of Thursdays. So those are both just drafts. Obviously, you can tell us another option if you'd like. So with that, we'll give you the opportunity to decide what you want to do.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Summers.
Sure.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Mrs. Ewing?
So I just, all of the people in this room seem to know that. Can you just describe why it goes from Thursdays to Wednesdays during the summer? Traditionally in the past, why we've had the board meetings on Wednesday nights?
Sure. President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, it's just as simple as we go to a 4-day work week in the summer, beginning with that first week following Memorial Day holiday up to the last week of, is it July, I think? So essentially it's reflective of being open Monday through Thursday. That doesn't say that we absolutely can't have a meeting on Thursday or Wednesday or Tuesday or whatever day y'all decide. That's just what we've done traditionally.
And for the district to have a meeting on a Thursday when we cover such the breadth of items that we typically cover, because that's what option A is to keep them on the Thursday nights, correct, as opposed to Tuesday night?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, yes, that is correct.
And then, so that I just would like to hear you speak about how that affects the workload on the staff and so forth. Because the last thing I would want.
It's not really, like, I don't want to give you the impression that it creates more of a workload. It's just in typical meetings that are done on Thursdays, there may be opportunities or needs to communicate certain information following a Thursday meeting. So if we're not working on a Friday, technically working on a Friday, it would just as simple as be not having the day after to be able to do that. So, but I also don't want to create this impression that we're so locked into that schedule that we absolutely can't have a meeting on a Thursday.
Because what I just would want to avoid is I'd want to respect that Monday through Thursday that we offer in the summer and not have any staff feel like now, even though we have the day off, that I need to be working to do some sort of emergency thing on that Friday when they.
So to be clear, what we're really talking about is the need to communicate specific information from a Thursday meeting the following day. It's not like we can't do that just because the district office is closed on a Friday.
Thank you.
So we flex a little bit on those weeks anyway. So I appreciate how you're framing that. And I also just want to tell you, it really doesn't create like this huge, just tell us what day you guys want to meet and we'll make it work, truly.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
I think that you issued my sentiment exactly. Just tell me where to show up. Like I
mean,
could not care less.
I do have a thought, but I will be very kind in the way that I frame this. We have a tendency to sometimes go Thursday into Friday. And so we're a little bit used to that carryover effect.
Yeah,
and we are happy to.
I'm happy to accommodate whoever needs accommodation. I could not care less.
Fair. Thank you.
And moving on to Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
No, yes, I motion to approve the amended governing board meeting dates option number A, or letter A, I'm sorry.
I just was wanting to see if you had any questions. I didn't know what Jeff was wanting. So there's already a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. did you have any questions on the motion that was made? Because it's been seconded. She jumped the gun. I'm sorry, Mr. Toby. Do you have any questions on that
No, I just may
motion
have to be
of
virtual
A?
over the summertime, so that's okay.
You what? I'm sorry, summertime? What?
I just may have to be virtual over the summertime if we continue with Thursdays. But that's fine.
Well, that. Okay.
Well, should we just let the motion fail then?
So we have a motion made and seconded by, motion was made by Ms. Bowles and seconded by Ms. Proudfit.
Can I ask excuse me,
Yes,
President
yes,
Brooks,
Ms.
can I ask
Ewing.
a question? Mr. Toby, you mentioned that if we do Thursdays during the summers, you would have to attend virtually if we were to adopt the option. I know we're discussing this one, but if, are you available in person on Tuesdays? Just because a lot of times the things that we're discussing requires in person to have true collaboration and conversation.
President Ricks, if I may, I have no problem with keeping it because I didn't know that. I always knew his day off was Thursday. So I'm okay if I'm even okay with remaking another motion if that needs to happen.
Okay.
Because I do know that
Well,
Ms. Ewing is saying it is important for him to be here in person, but didn't know that.
Okay, well, that's why we were just doing comments first and questions, so then, okay. So we already have a motion and a second.
Want to vote and then just.
Yeah, go ahead. Azure, can you run us through a voice vote, please?
President Ricks,
No.
Mrs. Ewing,
No.
Mrs. Proudfit,
No.
Ms. Bowles,
No.
Mr. Toby.
No.
Thank you.
Motion fails with 5 noes for the first time. Okay, so just so is everybody at least, so Mr. Toby, would you like to give comment real quick on your preference?
My preference would be the Tuesdays, just because I have a split work schedule over the summertime, which would occupy my Thursdays. So that's my preference.
I am good with whatever preference for having our board here. So that's my, preference. It's summertime. My kids will be up late anyways, so.
So we motion to approve the governing board meeting schedule. Am I saying the right one? Yes. Option B.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and seconded by myself, Azure, and if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Ricks,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Summers. Okay, moving on to 7.7, consideration to approve and ratify the creation of new positions and a reclassification in classified pay. Mrs. Vicentainer, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the governing board. This item tonight is really an opportunity for us to, we believe, while it says create new positions, it's really just an opportunity to create some what we believe is efficiencies around some positions and also correct a situation with an employee matter that was inadvertently created through now recognizing that we have now need board approval as we want, as you had asked for when positions were created like that. So I will, so shortly I'll I'm going to move through this quickly unless there's any questions. The first position that, the first position as I brought up was our district maintenance department had requested has a supervisor of district night maintenance. We currently have a night supervisor position. This position has an individual in that position. He was offered the position of the supervisor of district night maintenance in November and signed a letter of reasonable assurance. We then, like I said, we recognize that that position had been created, and I can get into the dollars on the next slide, but that position had been created, what had been through a savings of another position. but we did not recognize that through the creation of a new title, we needed to get your approval. So we had left the individual where they were at as we waited for the outcome of a conversation like this. So how did the position come about? We had a supervisor of energy management systems. It was a grade 11. The last person in that position before they retired was paid $75,000, or a little over $75,000. We had made the recommendation to make the offer of the new district maintenance night supervisor, who currently is making $69,000, almost $70,000. Which we believe would, let me try that again. He's not currently making that. He's making less than that, but we offered him the $69,900. So there is a savings garnered still within this position, in that we would no longer have then the other night supervisor position filled, if that makes sense. Okay. Any questions on this position?
Board members, do you have any questions on this position?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Visnader.
Okay, the next position we had was regarding a reclassification. And back in 2025, we had reclassified several of our positions, including the electrician positions, from a grade 17 classified hourly to classified classification 19. The 16 position starts at about $22. I have the information in the cover. This position starts at a higher grade, the 2575. We had intended to include, is my understanding, the commercial kitchen technician position, in that it is highly reliant on electrician skills, and we had inadvertently not included that title in that reclassification at that time. So this position is asking, or this request tonight is asking for to now include that title and to address that situation. So any questions on that?
Board members, do you have any questions on this one? Okay. Go ahead.
The last request or development of positions is really as we identified a successful model for our preschool at our Glendale Community College location. At that, when we currently had that position, location open, and had one teacher with 2 classrooms, and they had an additional instructional assistant. This is something unique to our preschool programs, that you do not have to have because it's licensed, you do not have to have somebody who is a certified teacher. We have always staffed our preschool programs with certified teachers because it's a differentiator, as well as the fact that we also have several developmental preschool programs, and so you need a certified teacher who can provide the interventions and the support needed in those types of programs. With the Glendale Community College model, we found that we could utilize a highly qualified instructional assistant to then support one classroom while the teacher was in the other classroom, and then as time needed, they would switch classrooms. So as we are moving forward, we are going to be closing out of Glendale Community College and opening a program and expanding to Cotton Bowl. There's a large demand for the program there, and we're very excited about that. And we think this is a really great opportunity to continue that model, but wanted to be able to compensate because we know that with this additional, with the model and additional students, there's going to be additional work that wasn't really necessarily experienced or happened when at the GCC location. So we still believe that this is going to create a savings, and that so typically if we had brought this model over under our current model, we would say we'd have 2 certified teachers, and in this case with 1 lead certified teacher with a little extra compensation to offset any additional work they need to do with regards to supporting IEPs and other instructional development. And then a lead instructional assistant that, again, is a little bit higher paid and has more qualifications. We still believe that this model would gain us about $24,000 savings over our traditional model. So, I have one more slide. So, requested action. So we are requesting the creation of the supervisor district maintenance night at a classified exempt 11. That would be replacing the former EMS position, supervisor position. We are asking to approve the classification of the commercial kitchen technician from a 16 to a 19, and as well as in the creation of a preschool lead and a preschool lead instructional assistant title to recognize the new model and the additional responsibilities of those positions.
Thank you, Ms. Vicentiner. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Ewing?
I'm just going to say thank you for doing this. It's always great to make sure that, because we are moving so fast and doing so many changes and stuff, that really taking the time to go through and make sure that everything is aligned across the board, and that when we have folks who reach out and say, oh, this wasn't quite addressed, that we take the time and really make sure that we're taking care of that. So I appreciate that, and I think it looks great, and thank you for all your hard work on this.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions? Mrs. Bowles? Mr. Toby? I don't have any either, but I would just more so of recommendation of just letting our staff kind of know that, because I feel like when we just did a bunch of reductions in our budget of positions, I just want to make sure that that's not going to send that message that we're adding positions. So that's the only thing I think I emailed you about that. So just some type of messaging of how you came about with this plan, so it doesn't look like we just cut everybody, all these positions, and now we're adding more.
President Rooks, thank you for that feedback. And absolutely, as we were going through it, in our internal conversations, we knew this wasn't actually new positions, but some new titles. And so we recognized that we could have probably communicated that more clearly, as opposed to it being truly, like, we're not creating new positions, we're not adding head count. All these positions exist, they're in the budgets, they were not part of the original cuts, but this has just been cleaning up some of those works, as also allowing us to then potentially create a way to find more savings as we move forward.
And also saving money.
Yes, thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Vicentiner, I appreciate it. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I move to approve and ratify the recommendations to create the positions of lead preschool teacher, lead preschool assistant, supervisor, and supervisor, as well as reclassification of central maintenance technician from classified hourly grade 17 to classified hourly grade 19.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles, seconded by Ms. Proudfit. And Azure, whenever you're ready, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Vicentiner, with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.8, approval to add new cooperative contract for fiscal year 2026. Hold on a second. Mrs. Rodriguez, sorry. I'm draining now, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you,
Welcome.
President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests. We have two items that we are requesting approval on RFP, a save for the community education integrated program management. So we use a software product called Elio to manage our education program, our community ed, where people could go online and enroll their students and pay. It has switched hands to a new company, and I'm not quite sure how to pronounce this, but RX software. So we are now bringing forward this RFP so that we can use the new software that Elio had sold. And then the next one is just the cabling company. So our contract that we were using has expired, and we have found a new contract that we would like to use for our cabling.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions? Mrs. Proudfit? Mrs. Bowles? Mr. Toby? I don't have any either, so thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I just need a motion on the floor.
I move to approve and ratify the addition of cooperative contract listed.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles, seconded by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please, Asher.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.9, approval to issue a request for proposal, RFP 26-31-14, banking services. Mrs. Rodriguez, welcome again.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks and governing board members. So this request is our banking services was under another RFP that is going to be expiring. And that expiring RFP is affecting a lot of school districts. So our lovely Ms. Barwick has agreed to take lead on a SAVE contract where other school districts can also use this RFP. So we're asking you this evening to give us permission to go out for the RFP so that we can bring that back to you once we have gathered the solicitations and make a recommendation of who we would like to select for that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
We should refer to Ms. Barwick now as the award-winning.
Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Barwick.
Mr. Toby, do you have a question?
Just one. How do we delineate which banking services are with the county versus the ones that we actually have control over?
So thank you, Member Toby and President Rooks. So we have certain bank accounts that we are allowed as school districts to run individually. And a lot of those are bank accounts where we're collecting checks or we have money that we're collecting from credit card payments that we need to vet first and make sure that we have accounted for it, and then we transfer that money into the county's bank accounts, because that's where we run our payroll out of county bank accounts. We run our accounts payable out of county bank accounts. But the money that we gather directly, we can't send it directly to the county banks. We have to run it through ours and then transfer it to theirs. So, but we have a list of ones that we are allowed to have as an individual school district, and there's several different delineations of that.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions or comments? I don't have any, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll move to approve the issuance of the request for the proposal RFP 26-31-14 for banking services to support Peoria Unified School District. The award would be for 1 year with up to 4 additional 1-year renewals.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing, seconded by Mr. Toby. And Asher, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on to, I think it's, Azure just told me to skip 8 because it says 8 items removed from consent. So that's supposed to be from on the bottom. So we will move to 9, address the consent agenda. 9.1, consider approval of or recommend changes to the consent agenda. Board members, do you have any changes or recommendations? Okay. So with that, I'll just motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 11, closing call to the public. 11.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We don't have any other public comments turned in. So we'll move on to 12, informational reports. 12.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Rooks, members of the board, it's that time of year where your list is very long for upcoming meetings and events. I do just want to lift up one particular event. It is the Peoria Education Foundation's annual scholarship reception. They are getting ready to distribute more than $100,000 in scholarships to our graduating seniors. And so that is a wonderful event. If you're able to attend, it is on April 7th at 5 p.m. at Centennial High School. Thank you.
President Rooks, I have a question to ask Ms. Airy.
Yes.
I've seen that the Junior Math Madness starts at noon in other places, and it's listed here at 1 p.m. So I just wanted to get confirmation.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, I will follow up with the Educational Services team and get back to you in the Friday report tomorrow to make sure we have the correct time there.
Okay. And then Azure, if she can just make sure and send out the invitations to the board with all of that correct information, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 12.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Rooks, board members. I just want to give an update on where the legislature is in approving some of the bills. So when I gave you an update when session started in January, there were over 95 educational bills. There are down to 63, and they are sitting in the education committee right now. So as they move through and as those are identified that are going to impact our district, I will be bringing that information back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on to 12.3, budget report for the month of January 2026 is available on our website. 12.4, report on requested future agenda items is also available to see. Moving on to 13, other business. 13.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests?
I do. I'd like to, as we look forward to phase 2 planning and stuff, I think it would be, especially given the presentations that happened tonight with eCampus and Peoria Flex Academy, I'd love to see a study session at a timing that's appropriate on our signature programs across our high schools, where we just have an opportunity to have them present our signature programs, what are our opportunities for enrollment growth, enrollment stabilization, and revenue opportunities with really beefing up those programs.
I will second.
Thank you, and that's all I have.
Okay. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any future requests?
I do. So kind of along the lines with what Ms. Ewing is saying, as we're moving forward and having these conversations, well, having votes about repurposing and what is going in that building, I just wanted to request, because when you have that many programs under one roof, there has to be a person in charge of that roof and someone, the designator on campus who initiates lockdowns and is just the chief at that campus. So I'm imagining that would involve creating a position we don't currently have. So I'm just requesting that when we have that vote come forward for the repurposing, that we have a job description and that is part of the presentation with that.
I'll second.
Thank you. And then I wanted to call for an action item to wipe and redo. I think it's called our Citizens Advisory Council. I don't know if that's even still active now, but I just wanted to reestablish that as a governing board committee. I think currently we have it as a superintendent committee. I wanted to do a community engagement. I don't know if we'd want to call it Citizens Advisory. Just moving it under the guise of the governing board. That way each member could, make recommendations for appointments on that. Just as we have so much going on right now, just giving the board that opportunity to really have the oversight of just that committee and how the community is receiving and disseminating information outwards.
I will second.
Thank you. And that is all I have.
I know, I was waiting to see if she was done or not. Okay, Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
I do. Future agenda item discussion and discussion around having a formal student voice in the boardroom that was presented by student Mr. Rush.
I'll second.
And discussion or maybe a Friday report and how we are going to, as a district, move forward in strategic plan in advertising for our Peoria pathways.
I'll second.
And I think I wrote one down twice. I literally did. This is in line with yours, so if we're going ahead of ourselves, then just let me know. So I would like to have a future agenda item discussion, possibly voting on position of Director of Alternative Education for Peoria Pathways.
I'll second.
Sorry, Mr. Toby, do you have any future requests?
Well, it's kind of in line with what Mrs. Proudfit, I think that yours and Mrs. Bowles is very alike in your guys' request, but maybe this doesn't need to be a future agenda, but I just want to formalize the process of the Peoria Pathways vision that was presented tonight. I don't know if that needs to get formalized as far as a group so that way they can start their work of collaborating together to see what can be brought back to the board for action.
I will second.
And that's what I got.
So I've kind of a couple because I was scribbling here. One of them is I was able to attend the Senate Education Committee hearing this week. There was actually somebody who presented, it's HB 4109, and it's a notice to parents and staff when life-threatening incidents occur on campuses. They have the language within 24 hours. But I just kind of want to see if we can mirror that into a policy or if we have something in policy. I just really liked the idea behind it of when incidents occurs of notifying families. So
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. The other one is, I don't know if this needs to be a discussion and then possibly a future vote, but it came to my attention that there was some miscommunication at the beginning of the school year with regards to, I guess, some schools, staff were working on developing recorded videos by their teachers. The teachers were recording the videos so that they could talk to the parents about what curriculum would be taught in the classrooms. And it was just a really great way to get that parent input and not having, so that parents can't make the curriculum night at the beginning of the school year. They can watch the video online with their school teacher, off their website. I guess there was some miscommunication that I somehow would not support something like that at the beginning of the year. So I just want to be able to discuss that and be able to see if that needs to be a vote of some sort so that schools have that option to do.
I'll second.
Thank you. Let me see it over here. I would like to know when I'm not sure when it's coming up, but our contracts for our law firms, I just want to be able to look at those and see if we need to look at possibly condensing down some of those law firm contracts as well.
I'll second.
Thank you. The last one, I'm just going to kind of go off base here and just put it on see if it's possible to put on the future agenda item. Not really sure what date I'm looking for, either end of April, beginning of May, but I would like to have an executive session and a vote for appointing Dr. Ryan Ledusser as interim superintendent.
I'll second.
And that is all of my future requests. So that will move on to 14, adjournment.
Did this turn off? It turned off. Do we need to request, I know it's been requested already about the ballot initiative that you guys would come back to us on the override. Do we need to request that be brought forward to us in April? Do you have enough information to bring back a resolution? Because I'd love to see it on the next board meeting.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ewing. We are planning on bringing that forward to you in April.
Okay, and so like the next board meeting, is that the?
We were looking at the last meeting in April.
Okay, all right, okay. Yes, you've got your hand raised.
Yes.
President Ricks, and actually Clerk Profit as well, because part of our last agenda plan, we had discussed having a discussion item on the 9th preceding an opportunity to take formal action on the 23rd relative to the language for whatever resolution would be brought forward to you all. So we would actually do that in a sequence of discussion April 9th, consideration and vote on the 23rd.
Okay, so if that's already being currently planned, then I don't need to make that request.
That is our plan.
Okay, all right. And then, President Rooks, I know you made that request, but that wasn't what was quite agreed upon earlier. So I would still like to have the board.
Mrs. Ewing, I'm sorry, but nothing was agreed upon.
Right,
There was
you're
no
correct.
agreement,
You're
and
correct.
I'm,
So-
this is for future requests, agenda items.
Okay.
So there is
So-
an opportunity to discuss later on when that occurs, but this is only for future requests.
Okay, so, correct. Okay, and you're correct on that. We did not agree upon because you can't do that. So I would still like to have in executive session those, the options for assisting Mrs. Vicentainer on the upcoming searches as was discussed in executive session. So,
And you can't talk about what was discussed
right.
in
You just,
executive
yeah.
session.
so
If you'd like to make a future request, Mrs. Ewing,
that's
you
what I'm
can.
making, that's what I'm trying to do, is making the request that, what? Okay, so I'd like to have a agenda item in executive session to continue the discussion on the screening and application process for and hiring of the interim superintendent.
Oh, I'll second. I'm fine with talking about it.
Thank you.
I do have one thing. It might already be a future item, but I
Yes.
just want to throw it out there. Because we had mathletes today, I was approached about our pre-algebra 2 approval. Is that going to be on a future agenda, or is that something that we need to request?
No, that's going to be, we moved it to a different meeting because of how many things were on this meeting tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
President Ricks, if I may, I just want to put a shout out for board members statewide and even outside of state, that we have a free training, Maricopa County School Superintendent Shelley Boggs, on April 17th and 18th. I believe that's Friday, Saturday. And the training for many in the room that went to the training last year was phenomenal. And I just want to put that out there for whoever needs that. Thanks.
Okay. Would you like to have that maybe date and information? Have maybe Mrs. Aries send that over to all the board members?
That'd be great, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know that some of it was already received, but a reminder would never hurt. And cabinet as well, because they're invited as well.
Okay. All right. Moving on now to 14 adjournment, 14.1 adjournment. I motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:51 p.m.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself, Azure, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting is adjourned at 10:51 p.m. Thank you.